Скъпи гости, моля заемете своите места в залата.
I think they want me to make an announcement, so they need to, yeah, I think, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could kindly ask you to take your seats. The program will get underway in just a couple of minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention. My name is Ali Aslan. I'm an international TV presenter and journalist based in Berlin, Germany. And together with my esteemed colleague, Eva Dojcinova, it is my great pleasure indeed to welcome you all to the second EU Meets the Balkans Forum, 50 years of EU enlargement. On behalf of the European Liberal Forum, the ALDE Party, and the Atlantic Club of Bulgaria, we're meeting here today, 50 years after the very first enlargement of the EU.
Thank you very much, Ali. Аз съм Ива Дойчинова. Здравейте, дами и господа.
I'm Eva Dojcinova. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the second edition of the forum, the EU Meets the Balkans in Sofia. The purpose is to gather political leaders from the Balkans and representatives of institutions. It is the European Liberal Forum, ALDE, and the Atlantic Club that are the organizers of this event. Our special guests, the EU Commission for Neighborhood and Enlargement, Oliver Varhelyi, the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, and the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, Olga Stefanishyna. I'm welcoming all the guests, all the participants, for being aware of the fact that the enlargement is the most successful project of the EU ever since its establishment. The prosperous future of Europe is based on the integration of Balkan in the context of unprecedented, over recent years, aggression of Ukraine in Russia. Hybrid attacks, propaganda, disinformation, economic instability have passed a signal for efficient actions by the EU and the Balkans for the purpose of ensuring security and connectivity. This implies putting in place strategies in key areas: infrastructure, technologies, digitalization, response in emergency situations, risk management, enlargement and actions in cases of immediate threat. We have today political leaders, journalists, experts who are ready to discuss and find the connecting points for an efficient dialogue. The representatives of the Balkans in the EU are faced with the challenge to put in place sustainable ideas in a discussion focused on several topics and panels. We will start with the foreign ministers with decisions for common challenges. The Balkans conflict or dialogue, 100 years Turkish foreign policy, the deeper Balkans region, Bulgaria, Greece and Romania. The reconstruction of Ukraine is another important panel, Euro-Atlantic and global perspective. And last but not least, the Big Bang NATO enlargement, the ministerial reunion. As for our first panel, we had esteemed guests Ilhan Kycuk, ALDE party co-president, Ivan Kondev, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Bulgaria. Olga Stefanishina will participate online. Dr. Solomon Pussy, President of the Atlantic Club of Online, will also address you online. Roberta Metsola has a video message, and Alva Finn, Executive Director of the European Liberal Forum. Mr. Kycuk, who is the host of this event, you have the floor for your introduction. Thank you. Thank you very much, Eva. Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction into this forum. Distinguished ministers, esteemed Speaker of Montenegro Parliament, esteemed members of the Bulgarian Parliament, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this forum has been affirmed as a forum of discussions on important issues with a special focus on the enlargement policy. On numerous occasions, we have had talks with experts, with politicians, participants, representatives of NGOs on the role to be played by Bulgaria in the enlargement policy. 50 years of the undoubtedly most successful policy of the EU, namely the enlargement policy. Today, we need an even deeper discussion on this topic. Now we are living in a world that has to be peaceful and fair. It is a world that has to ensure well-being and prosperity. As the Germans like saying, the EU has to be a union of opportunities, a continent of chances. Is this the case, however, now that 50 years have elapsed since the last war? Once again, a war is raging on in Europe. The sovereignty, the values of the nations have been trampled. The international community must be united. Many expect the EU to have weakened as a result of the COVID pandemic, to have weakened in economic terms, insufficiently capable to recover from this situation. However, the EU has proved to be even stronger and has proved that it will continue supporting Ukraine as long as it is possible. Peace cannot be any peace. It must be based on international rules. Only if international institutions ensure the rule of law, the territorial integrity of a state, we can feel at peace with respect to future generations. This has undoubtedly affected us, the Balkans. We are faced also with serious challenges. I fully agree that many positive achievements are a fact. Digitalization. Nowadays, Kosovo citizens can already travel without visa restrictions. Important political steps have been made. The political signal has been passed. Albania and North Macedonia are beginning the negotiation process. Bosnia and Herzegovina have received a candidate status. However, real integration needs to be enhanced. It is not sufficient for the states and their institutions to be involved in the process. They have to be involved at a much earlier stage in the EU enlargement policy, namely at the decision-making stage, for the sake of future generations, for the sake of having justice and peace across Europe once again. The Western Balkan countries have to be equally involved in this process with all the EU member states. Many have questioned the possibility for Turkey to continue its path towards the EU. Of course, if there is sufficient will for reforms, if there is sufficient will for Turkey to be a part of the larger geopolitical orbit of the European Union, the answer is yes. We know what the situation with the migration pressure and burden is. We can further deepen the dialogue with a focus on economic cooperation. The EU is shall be faced with geopolitical challenges if we don't address all these issues. This forum is the appropriate platform for exchanging ideas among like-minded people, including young people. This is important for Bulgaria and for the EU, namely that we live in an integrated union, a union integrated not only with its 27 members, but is also looking at Ukraine, Georgia, and the Balkan region. Then we can loudly say the European institutions and the international rule of law can be guaranteed as all of us believe in the same values. What makes the EU strong are values. If we step back from our values and ideas, if we allow dictatorships to prevail over democratic thinking, this will threaten the European project. All of us, the left and the right-minded, all of us have been contributing, including Bulgaria, to Europe, to the EU being an area of freedom, peace and prosperity. Thank you for your attention.
Много благодаря на съпредседателя на партията АЛДЕ. Благодаря, че дадахте началото на второто издание, посветено на 50 годишнината от разширяването на Европейския съюз. И както се каза, интеграцията на Западните Балкани се връща на дневния ред, въпреки войната на Русия срещу Украйна. Това промени политическия контекст и отново задвижи
panels and one-on-ones we will have. Thank you so much for kicking it off. Now it is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Bulgaria. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Minister Ivan Kondov.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'd like to thank Mr. Ilhan Kujuk, Mr. Solomon Pasi, everyone who worked on the organization of this meeting. And now I will switch to English.
President of the European Parliament, dear deputy ministers, dear commissioner, your excellencies, dear representatives of the civil society. It is an honor and a pleasure for me to address our audience on the occasion of this year's EU meeting, the Balkans Forum. Let me express our highest appreciation to our hosts from ALDE, the European Liberal Forum, the Atlantic Club. We are also glad to welcome to Sofia the distinguished panelists from Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, Georgia, the Western Balkans and Turkey. The invitation for today's forum very pertinently frames our upcoming exchanges on EU enlargement in its historical context. For the past 50 years, indeed, each enlargement wave has borne the markers of different geopolitical reality in Europe. In doing so, the enlargement policy has proven to be just and adaptive and flexible as our Union. Today, well into the second year of the unprovoked aggression against Ukraine, a tectonic shift has taken place in European history and security architecture. The EU response to this aggression has been firm and united, although it has required many sacrifices and the burden are being borne by our societies. Yet we face this responsibility to preserve the rules-based international order that guarantees our security and stability. Bulgaria has been continuously supporting Ukraine from the outset of this in various ways, in compliance with the respective decisions of the Bulgarian parliament and to the best of its ability. We stand ready to contribute also to the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine. Bulgaria readily also supported the decision to grant EU candidate status of Ukraine. While the situation in Ukraine is different to the one in Western Balkans, throughout the 2022, the EU has conveyed strong political messages for accelerating the integration processes, offering in the same time a number of concrete measures for helping Western Balkans partners in overcoming the negative impacts of the war in Ukraine. Here I want just to mention also that Bulgaria, during its presidency of the EU, has been probably the strongest supporter and put it as its top priority, the integration of the countries of the Western Balkans in the EU. This context opens an opportunity for our partners from the region to reciprocate as the enhanced EU commitment by doubling their political will and genuine efforts in strengthening the rule of law and embracing the principles of good neighborly relations, regional cooperation and reconciliation. The enlargement policy should not be perceived as an automatic remedy to the political, economic and social challenges in the regions. It can only offer transformative power by triggering widespread democratic reforms in the best interest of the citizens. The picture in the region remains mixed. On one hand, we have seen important positive developments, like the start of accession negotiations with Albania, holding the first IGC to begin the opening phase of the accession negotiations with North Macedonia, granting Bosnia and Herzegovina candidate status, and the visa liberalization for Kosovo citizens. Most of the countries in the region, albeit not all, have continued to align with and to implement the EU restrictive measures against Russia. On the other hand, divisive rhetoric along ethnic lines has become a trademark for certain proliferations in the region. This allows for vulnerabilities marked by the legacy of the past to be exacerbated by third countries aiming to dissuade the region from the EU agenda. Public media and figures in some of the aspiring countries deliberately chose to produce and spread anti-EU disinformation and propaganda. We are also witnessing worrying backsliding in key rule of law areas such as the media freedom and the human rights, including the rise of discrimination, hate speech, and hate crimes, as well as limitations in freedom of association. Some examples can be seen also, for example, in North Macedonia, where Bulgarians are facing a barrage of institutional and extra-institutional measures, ranging from the closing of their associations to the lack of proper investigations to the various attacks against them, as well as indictments against the leaders who are defending the human rights of their communities. The fragile security context of our immediate neighborhood obliges us to concentrate all available EU instruments, including beyond the enlargement policy alone, and to step up our support for the resilience and capacity building of the Western Balkans and Eastern Partnership countries, including as envisaged in the Strategic Compass for Security and Defense. Turkey is a candidate country and a key partner of the EU in many areas of mutual interests, among which migration, economy, trade and infrastructure, energy, counter-terrorism. We remain hopeful that a more positive agenda will prevail in the EU-Turkey relations. Recently, an agreement was signed between the gas operators, Bulgarian gas operator Bulgargas and the Turkish BOTAŞ, as a good example for cooperating benefit, and not only us, but also EU in the field of energy supplies. We would like to note our solidarity with Turkey regarding the significant migration burden and the risks it faces accepting approximately 4 million migrants and refugees in its territory. We support the continuation of the implementation of the EU-Turkey joint statement of the 16th of March 2016. The war in Ukraine has underlined the link between resilience and diversified connectivity, the development of cross-border energy and transport infrastructure in the region, and especially among the 3 EU member states and NATO allies in the region, Bulgaria, Romania, and Greece, is of the essence for the entire region. Bulgaria is therefore investing efforts in several key projects in this field. Allow me to mention the multimodal corridor C2C, which will provide a railway link between the Aegean, the Black Sea, and the Danube River. Another crucial project will be the Alexandroupolis-Burgas oil pipeline project, for which feasibility studies will be held. The entire region will gain in connectivity with the construction of a new continued cross-border bridge between Bulgaria and Romania over the Danube River near Russe and Giurgiu, and the modernization of electrification of the whole railway line between Sofia and Thessaloniki. The Western Balkans East Mediterranean corridor will offer a quick connection between the Adriatic and the Black Sea. In conclusion, allow me to underline once more Bulgaria's unwavering support for the European perspective of our entire region, as well for Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and Georgia. Faced with aggressive revisionism and war, Europe's strength lies in our unity and consolidation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Foreign Minister Kondov, for your remarks. Thank you so much. You've reiterated Bulgaria's steadfast support for Ukraine in these difficult times, and that's a very beautiful segue to our next speaker, who's not here with us in Sofia, but joining us live from Kiev, is none other than the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration, Olga Stefanishnaya, who's now joining us from Ukraine live. Deputy Prime Minister, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, distinguished colleagues, organizers, ministers, Ilhan, Commissioner Vargey, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Unfortunately, it is the second time in a row that I have to participate in this kind of meeting and congress and discussion online. And as we have to stand with our people throughout the Russian missiles keep on shelling our cities, houses, and it's only over the night today that we had more than 27 missiles shelled only to the Kiev region. And I want to start my intervention with the words of gratitude to each and every leader, minister, and Bulgaria in particular, who helped Ukraine to close its sky, to defend its citizens, and to make sure that today we were able to shell back all the missiles and none of them reached the goal and none of the Ukrainians have suffered or died from this massive attacks. Indeed, probably the discussion would be really wide today, but I want to bring to your attention some of the things which has changed over this more than 1 year massive massacre taking place at the soil of my country. I think Ukraine has changed the world, Ukraine has changed the Europe, and I'm happy to say these words by understanding that we become stronger, we become more resilient, we become more independent from the various points of view, from the economical point of view, from the political point of view, from the informational point of view. Now everything which has been an instrument of feeding politicians, economies, propaganda, has been disclosed, has now become an instrument of influence in our capitals, in our states, in our countries. And I think it's really important. All the curtains are off. And it brought us to a very important decisions. For many years and I would say decades, Russian Federation were attempting to divide the unity in Europe, across Atlantic, to undermine the European project as such, to undermine the democracy, to undermine the values we're striving for. But instead, launching the full-scale aggression. Ukrainians showing a resolve, determination, and commitment to fight until the very end and until the victory has made us only stronger. Having no fear, we were able to stay united in the face of a very important decisions to be taken. One of the major bets of our to grant Ukraine a candidate status, to confirm that Ukraine will become member of European Union in the midst of only all of the raging war in the center of Europe. But this was a very important decision. In a summit in Versailles, in Paris, the decision was taken that Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova have the European perspective, and Ukraine were granted the candidate status. The other bet was there will never be a unity among member states of the European Union to take this decision, because long discussions on the membership for the Western Balkan countries has been taken. No decisions has been taken as of the countries like Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova. And we often heard the signals that probably it's not the right time. We should wait until a broader picture is in place, broader enlargement policy is shaped. But what we saw, that the aspiration and commitment of Ukraine, not only not divided, but the united not only EU member states, but also other countries aspiring to join the EU. Just 10 days before Ukraine has been granted the candidate status, leaders of Montenegro, Albania, and Northern Macedonia came to Ukraine to show their solidarity with the aspirations of our country, to show their commitment to stand strong with us in political, military support, but also in our way to EU and NATO integration. So making steps is something that allows us to become stronger. The second very important thing that we learned from this very tough time of changes, time of transformation, time of war coming to the soil of Europe again, we understand that values we have been building on our countries, values we've been standing for, and values Ukrainians have been fighting for, they need to be defended. And it has taken to a very important decisions taken already. The military support to Ukraine, European Peace Facility, training of Ukrainian armed forces, this is something which seemed absolutely impossible just a couple of years ago. This seemed not to be a priority because EU does not have a significantly shaped up security and defense policy. And it seemed not possible. It seemed not possible to see Russian Federation as the most sanctions country around the globe. But it is now reality, and it makes us stronger. It gives us the understanding that we not only have to hesitate and face the consequences of aggressive actions, of attempts to undermine our democracy, that we have to take actions. We have to defend our democracy. And I'm absolutely happy to see the developments at the level of the European institutions. And I really hope that this would be one of the major and key elements of the newly formed European institutions after 2024, when the time will come for that defense industry will become one of the key priorities of the European institution, shaping the defense industry, making sure that production of weaponry, of military machines is aligned with the scope and the need to defend our values, to defend effectively. And first and foremost, of course, we should start with understanding that Russia is targetedly reaching the goals of continuing the exhausting war, the war of political or military exhaustion, and there's no way that we could allow it. We're preparing for the massive counteroffensive operations on major directions in Ukraine, but it is clear for us that we should not stop until our territory is restored, after justice is restored, and we should make ourselves sure that military support will not be exhausted. That's why we have to plan strategically, and we have to consider security guarantees for our country, first and foremost, guaranteed by sustainable military support, which requires reconsideration of the defense industry policies around the member states. And this is the reality which is coming, and this is something that we have to look through, and I hope that this will be a priority, including the element of the joint procurement of defense elements. The third very important moment is that throughout the war, we have also shown our commitment by actions. We have been fully mobilized to continue the reform agenda, to prepare our country for victory, to make sure that, as I remember my address to the Liberal family in Ireland, in Dublin, just a year ago, my message was that by making decisions for our country, for Europe, you should be sure that we will not let you down. We didn't. We're standing strong, we're standing united as a country, we're standing committed and fully operational as a government and institutions, and we are continuing the reforms agenda and making sure that we're preparing ourselves for victory in Europe, for victory. Now, learning from the lessons of this turbulent time, learning from the multiple crises affected by the war, learning by the multiple atrocities and suffering we're facing on a daily basis. I think that the most successful formula of making us stronger and more resilient is not only learning, is learning by doing. So every time we are calling for an action, let's learn from the experiences and challenges we face, but learn through actions we're taking. Thank you so much for standing with us, for being with us. We are with you. We're defending all of us. We're staying committed, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you so much indeed to the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration, joining us live from Kiev. Thank you so much for your words, and I think I can speak for many, if not all, here in the room who say our fullest solidarity go out to you from Sofia to Kiev this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to hand over the floor and welcome on stage one of the organizers of the second EU Meets the Balkan Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the founder and president of the Atlantic Club of Bulgaria, Solomon Pasi.
Slava Ukraini. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Commissioner, Excellencies, welcome to this building, which is named after Jonathan Asuf, a person that we the Bulgarians are very much proud of. He is recognized as one of the major inventors of the computer, the same computer that all of us have today in their mobile phones. So, applaud for Jonathan Asuf.
Between 1990 and 2007, Bulgaria suffered its contribution to the enlargement policies. It did suffer because we took part in 17 years of negotiations, which were finally successful, and they were completed by government consisting of two liberal parties that managed to bring to success Bulgaria's membership in NATO and the European Union. We have not stopped, and we have a rapporteur in the European Parliament on North Macedonia. This is my friend Ilhan Küçük, one of the organizers of today's conference. Since the 24th of February 2002, if not every day, but every week for sure, I've been hearing the question, when will the war in Ukraine come to an end, since 2022. And if we take into account the fact that the way Putin invaded Ukraine was the way Hitler invaded Poland. And I always say to my interlocutors, we have to prepare for a war which can be as long as the Second World War, 6 years since from 1939 until 1945. But recently I've seen that historians have a new interpretation of the Second World War, and they claim now that the First and the Second World War are actually one war that took 20 years. Yes, indeed, and many Europeans did their best to stop the war in the middle, pan-Europe, 100 years ago, had the dream of the united Europe, but this happened only after the pact was signed by Churchill and Roosevelt, and we did a lot to have the Marshall Plan to create the European Union, to create NATO. But the question now is different. Which is the new Atlantic Charter that will help us out of this situation? If we discuss things only on the Balkans, we will not find a solution to the Ukrainian war. It will soon become evident that China will have a disastrous role if it attacks in a metaphorical way Taiwan. So what is the new global union? The new global union was with Asia, with the democratic countries in Asia, in Australia, with South Korea, with Japan. But there is a very special destination that I want to bring to your attention, and I will mention one of the participants at this conference, which is not usually done, but I think it's important. And I'd like to mention Dr. Semi Patel from ORF, India. What for us is of key significance is the future union between the West and India. India, which is not only the largest democracy, but also the most populated country in the world. It's our key partner that we've been missing on the work for peace in the world. And I hope that with our liberal considerations we can really dream freely, and we can go out of the cage that we've been living in every day. And because our issues that we're discussing between Bulgaria, Macedonia, Turkey and Greece and other Balkan countries, they are nothing compared to the big danger of Russia and China that they are preparing for all of us.
Thank you so much to the president of the Atlantic Club of Bulgaria, Solomon Pasif, for his remarks. This is, of course, the EU meets the Balkan Forum. Therefore, a high-level EU representative is very much in line and due. Unfortunately, the president of the European Parliament, she very much wanted to be here this morning in person. Sadly, she couldn't, but she didn't want to pass up the opportunity to address this distinguished audience, and she kindly sent this message for us. The President of the European Parliament.
Dear friends, This EU Meets the Balkans Forum is important. With the return of war on our continent, an energy crisis, inflation, with cyber warfare and disinformation campaigns threatening the very foundation of our democracies, it is important to speak up about the European values that we share and to speak about how we can help each other. I must thank Ilhan Küçük for inviting me to address you today, allowing me to reiterate my firm belief that European unity and integration are our best weapons to ward off common challenges. The European Union will benefit from integrating the Western Balkans, and the benefits will be mutual. I recall 19 years ago this month when my country became an EU member. I was standing in Valletta, the capital city, staring across the sea in our grand harbour, counting down the seconds until Malta, together with 9 other countries, joined the European Union as member states. I still recall the feeling of unbridled possibility, hope and belief in the future, a sort of sense of homecoming, of victory in the potential of our people, of relief, feelings shared by millions across Europe. It is that spirit, that sense of purpose and direction that I want us all to recapture here. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine reminds us, lest we have forgotten, of the importance of peace and the fundamental idea of the European Union as an antidote to war. We have rallied together. The European Union has demonstrated unprecedented resolve in standing up for Ukraine, and it must do more. Security and stability in our neighbourhood is vital for EU stability. The Western Balkans have called for an acceleration of the accession process. We hear you loud and clear. It has taken too long. But things are moving. The world is changing and the EU is changing with it. Among the latest achievements, we have granted candidate status to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Kosovo citizens will no longer require a visa to travel into the Schengen area. Equally, the Western Balkans need to continue to comply with the accession criteria and make deliberate strides towards solving outstanding bilateral issues. Cooperation among Western Balkan countries is critical. Connecting with each other through infrastructure, technology, digitalization, all will help create more security. I've seen it with my country. The prospect of EU membership serves as a powerful impetus for advancing reforms. And reforms are essential to improve governance, the rule of law, to promote media freedom. And on that path towards European integration and reform, let me tell you that the European Parliament stands with those wanting to join our grand European project for peace and prosperity. I wish you fruitful onward discussions in Sofia today. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, for sending us this very important message. Ladies and gentlemen, I said from the get-go that today's forum is being organized by the Atlantic Club of Bulgaria, by the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe party, but of course also by the European Liberal Forum. And to conclude the welcoming remarks this morning, it is therefore my great pleasure to welcome now to the stage the Executive Director of the European Liberal Forum, Alva Finn, ladies and gentlemen.
Commissioners, President, Ministers, we are so happy to be co-hosting this event as the European Liberal Forum because the importance of enlargement to the Liberal family has been shown time and again since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. I think this has shown that enlargement is crucial, not just for Ukraine, not just for our partners in the Western Balkans, but also for the completion of the European project, a European project that is based on stability, peace and prosperity, but also EU values, bringing forward democracy and fighting back against the trends of illiberalism that are mounting across Europe. So we are now awake after the invasion of Ukraine, but what are we going to do to change the process for those who are in the waiting room? The waiting room approach just won't cut it any longer for our partners. We can't allow them to wait in the waiting room, stagnating, waiting for EU membership. This is not proper partnership. And what we're proposing as the European Liberal Forum is a staged integration approach, which gives benefits, but also clarity to both sides, those in the waiting room and the European Union. This staged integration approach would also lead to an accrual of rights, an accrual of benefits along the way, so that we can really show people living in these countries why being a member of the European Union is of benefit to them, because allowing this stagnated approach has led to them being pushed into others' hands and our influence diminishing with the people in the Western Balkans. So what are we doing as ELF? ELF will be presenting our Ukraine study, which talks a little bit about how the reconstruction project can also be linked to this staged integration approach. We'll also be proposing a follow-up study with using the best cases of Ukraine and Montenegro, comparing the different approaches and really making the case for a different and much more dynamic, tangible and surefire way to not just talk about enlargement, but as we call it in the European Liberal Forum, completion of the European project. We're also very happy to sponsor mentorship and sponsoring events like this one, because it basically uses what we already have, which is newer member states who can then mentor and sponsor those who are going through the process now. Also we are looking forward to presenting our Ukraine study later on. My colleague, Dr. Maria Alesina, will present it during one of the panels later on. So I really hope this is going to be a successful discussion, but moving past the idea that we're going to invite more people into the waiting room, but also making sure that we revamp the process, because we can't have people waiting for decades any longer to complete the European project. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed to the Executive Director of the European Liberal Forum, Alva Finn, for concluding the welcoming remarks here. We've now heard from the organizers, we've heard from high-level ministers, from representatives, and it is my great delight now to kick off the very first conversation here on stage, titled Addressing Common Challenges. And for that, I'm delighted to welcome here on stage with me for a brief discussion none other than the EU Commissioner for Neighbourhood Policy and Enlargement. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Commissioner Oliver Varhelyi. Hello, sir. Good to have you with us.
Thank you.
I don't know where the middle is.
Right.
The middle is relative these days, not just in terms of space, but also politically. Ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to have you with us, Commissioner. We only have a brief time, about 20 minutes, but let's dive right in. We've already heard that a lot of new developments have taken place since last year. Just in 2020, EU granted candidate status to Ukraine, Moldova, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and greenlit the start of accession talks with Northern Macedonia and Albania. A lot of people attest that to the war, the Russian war against Ukraine. Would you agree? Would you say that there is a new momentum behind EU enlargement because of this war?
It is definitely the case. Mm-hmm. It is the case which also confirms to us how people see the European Union. Because I think that we're really good in self-bashing when it comes to Europe. We're never confident enough, I think, and we are never knowing what the real perception of Europe is. And now we had a very brutal test of that. The war, the Russian war against Ukraine, which triggered an immediate application for membership by 3 of the countries in the region. And their choice was made very loud and very clear. It is only through becoming an EU member state that they think they can have long-term guarantees for their security, for peace, and for their prosperity. So we should also read the signs clearly. This is what an EU membership is considered to trigger in any country. We have seen the same when it came to the Balkans. Their immediate reaction has been that, well, let's speed up the whole enlargement process. So my answer is affirmative.
So very clearly affirmative in the sense that the war in Ukraine has triggered an acceleration, if you will, an urgency of EU enlargement. Of course, you travel throughout many of the 27 EU member states, countries. You talk to your counterparts. And we see some members are obviously very much supportive of enlargement. Some are, to be fair, hesitant. Would you say, by and large, is the EU ready? It's not just a matter of willingness, but is the EU at its current state and juncture, is it ready for further enlargement?
What I see is that we have missed more than 5 years. We had a commission that clearly put on the flag no enlargement. And that had an impact. And that had an impact not only on the Western Balkans, but it had also an impact in our own member states. But the tide is changing. My sentiment is, being in constant engagement with the member states, is that the member states are now seeing clearly, no matter which side of Europe we are talking about, west, east, north, south, they see that it is in the interest of the EU to integrate more member states, integrate its neighborhood as much as it can, because its own long-term peace, stability, and prosperity is dependent on that. And this will trigger, I hope, this year, unprecedented decisions that we can take to move forward with the enlargement in a much more accelerated way than we have been doing. And I see that even in those member states who have not been putting this issue on their priority list, this is a priority now. I would say, if you look at the agenda of the leaders' summits, this is in the top 3.
That's very encouraging, obviously, to hear that you think their minds changing. But to play devil's advocate, of course, the people who may be a bit hesitant at this particular point are pointing towards the fact that the EU has limited fiscal capability. They're pointing to the fact that 18 out of 27 EU member states receive more than the EU than they contribute. They also, of course, point to the fact that you already have a lot of deadlock, as is these days, due to the unanimous vote structure, and increasing number of states will only make things more complicated. What do you tell those countries that put these arguments forth?
I would say that these arguments are related to the everyday functioning and working of the EU. But this is not a strategy. The strategy starts with integrating our neighborhood. And if we have decided on that, of course we will have to adjust our daily lives to the new realities. So let's not discuss the everyday difficulties, but set the strategy clearly and loudly, and then work on how to make it work. Yes, we've been listening to these examples all the way, but don't forget that new members from the Balkans or from the East will bring also new opportunities for Europe. It will bring new opportunities for our companies. It will bring new opportunities for our security cooperation. It will bring new opportunities for our social model to spread, and this will definitely stabilize the regions around us. Because if you look at the core of the big vulnerabilities, and some of it you can also see in the war against Ukraine by Russia, is the lack of solid, reliable economies and societies. And this is what the EU is capable of delivering. And this will be also for the benefit of the EU.
Because at the end of the day, if Europe wants to be a global player, it has to grow. I think that is certainly something that was on the mind of many European leaders, but certainly since the beginning of the war in Ukraine. And investments obviously is part of it. You've pointed it out, making living conditions in those countries aspiring to join the EU better. Could you give us some concrete examples as to what the EU is doing on that front?
Well, we try to be more relevant than previously. If I take only the example of the Balkans, but it's also true for Ukraine, Moldova, or Georgia, because if you look at what we're doing there, it's pretty much similar, although in size it's a bit different. What we see is that the Balkans is becoming an interesting investment area around Europe. After all, they have free trade agreements with Europe. Geographically, they are in a very good location, but they lack the very basics of growing, the very basic features of being able to create market economies with social welfare, like we have in Europe. For example, if you want to drive from Sarajevo to Tirana, which is roughly a bit more than 250 kilometers, you would have to drive at least for 7 hours. If you want to drive from Brussels to Bonn, for example, which is 250 or 220 kilometers, you drive 2 hours. It also means that there's a missed opportunity. There are no trade routes. And when we have designed the economic and investment plan, with which we want to mobilize at least 1/3 of the GDP in addition to the Western Balkans, we've been looking at these key bottlenecks. So this is why we want to engage to overcome the historic deficiencies that we have seen, where no progress has been made. Link up all the capitals with highways and railways of the Western Balkans and link them up with us. It will create an immediate impact on foreign direct investments. Create a new digital economy on the Western Balkans. They're missing core broadband internet connections. So why don't we, together with our companies, come and put it there so that this can create growth and jobs locally? Why don't we invest in the energy sector? The energy sector, which is so outdated on the Western Balkans that it is still reliant mainly on coal and lignite. Only by doing away the use of lignite, we could reduce their emissions by 60% if we replace the coal with gas. It also means that we could severely decrease the health risks also in these countries. In Sarajevo and Pristina, people are suffering from the smoke of coal. So we have really big and old problems that we never addressed or we never helped them address. And this is what we're working on. And I'm hopeful that within a couple of years, the reality on the ground is going to change massively.
And you've already pointed out some of the concrete examples of the economic and investment plans that the EU has designed for these regions, Western Balkans, but also the Eastern Partnership and the Southern neighborhood. Nonetheless, if we're looking at some of the polls that are coming from the region, particularly Western Balkans, we see that their citizens are somewhat disillusioned. They're somewhat disappointed, perhaps, at the pace that EU accession talks have taken place, or candidacy status for that matter. Some believe that the EU's door has been closed irreversibly. How does the EU intend to gain back the trust of the citizens of the region, give them hope that this process is real and fruitful?
There are two very important features of any strategy that is aimed at that. First of all, the European Union must and should take all the decisions it can take in relation to enlargement. No matter how small, no matter how big, every time there's delivery on the side of the Balkan countries, there has to be a positive recognition and a decision in the enlargement process by the European Union. This is why last year it was crucial to get candidate status for Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is why we have to have clusters opened, we have to have IGCs, we have to move forward with each and every single one of them whenever the conditions are met. So on our side, we also have to speed up. This is what we try to do through the new methodology. But judging the political landscape, and this is a footnote from me, this might not just be enough. So we might even have to be ready to make even bolder political decisions. And I hope that as we go into this year, more and more this will be common ground in all of the member states. The other big part that we could do is, I explained some of the big projects that we're doing under the Economic and Investment Plan, is to deliver on the ground for the people of the Western Balkans, so that they see a difference when Europe is contributing. For example, we have inaugurated the first part of the railway projects, the biggest one, something where we have been strategically thinking. The Belgrade-Niš project, that's 2.2 billion euros of investments. Never seen before. But because of its existence, the people will know, because they will use it every day, that this is from the European Union. And this will stay in the minds for generations. But for that, you have to be relevant, and you have to be on the ground delivering for the people.
And the EU delivering and staying relevant in that region, I think, is more pertinent than ever, because at the end of the day, the Balkan region is not in geographic isolation. There's Russia, there's China, countries that are very much trying to get a foothold in that region. Certainly, that must be on your mind and of concern to you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is why our approach has always been from the very beginning. It's not about, it's not a beauty contest, if you will. And I hear many leaders and politicians in Europe talking about the fact that, well, we have competition on the Western Balkans and that we are not appreciated enough. This is not the right approach. My approach is different from very early on, and that is that you have to be there, you have to deliver, you have to be relevant. I mentioned this railway project. Yes, we had huge competition from China, but we have outcompeted them. So this is the message. The European offer is always better, and this is what we should be working on.
And of course, with the many challenges that the world, but in particular Europe, is facing these days, there's also something to be said. Full membership, of course, is the goal, but a deepening integration on issues like energy, climate, digital transition, perhaps even defense, without full membership for the time being, is of essence. I take it there are also some concrete step taken there, vis-a-vis in close cooperation with the respective governments.
Absolutely. When we have designed the new methodology with which we have tried to breathe new life into the whole enlargement process very early on in the mandate, it was the beginning of 2020, this was one of the key areas. So let's advance integration of the Western Balkans into our own policies in as many fields as possible. You have seen the roaming agreement coming about. You see them participating in our CSDP missions. You see them participating in almost all EU programs like Horizon or in Erasmus or other programs. And there's more we could do. And we're working on something, but we're not there yet. But you will see a new approach emerging also on that basis. So what is key is that let's integrate the people of the Western Balkans, the economies of the Western Balkans, as fast as we can, because through developing the Western Balkans already prior to accession, will also speed up their possibility and capability to integrate into the European Union. And this is new compared to what we have seen with the previous large enlargement, the 10 countries. There, this took place only after accession. And the 10 first years have been, because of this, a get-to-know years, marked with sensitivities, difficulties. We remember the debates about the Posting of Workers Directive and so on. And we had many, many stories of that kind. What is key now is that we learn the lesson, which is we have to do much more before accession to get to accession as fast as we can.
You once said that offers work better than demands. What exactly did you mean by that?
Take the project I mentioned.
Yeah.
We have put an offer on the table no one can meet. We have put an offer on the table that is financially attractive, that is attractive in the technological state-of-the-art nature of what we can offer. So we have to be competitive instead of trying to put pressure to choose us. Because the Western Balkans, they do want to choose us. So there's no need to pressure them, but put an offer on the table that they will grasp immediately.
It's often been said that certainly the European Union as a political project, it has evolved into something much bigger, obviously, throughout the decades. Some people also say the EU is a community of values. If you're looking at the member states currently vying for membership or in the candidate status, if you're looking at their progress as far as democratic institutions are concerned and so on and so forth, are you optimistic? Are you hopeful? Are you seeing a positive picture at the moment?
Look, this is an evolution that they are going through. And of course, I have really good examples, like the case of Albania and the reform of its judicial system. Definitely, we have really good stories to tell, but the longest road, the road is long. We still have a number of outstanding issues that needs addressing before membership can become a reality. But the message, I think, has been very clear to the Balkan partners that they have to do everything when it comes to the rule of law and fighting corruption and organized crime. And this is why this has been put front and center of the new methodology that we have introduced. Because this is the expectation of our member states as well, that they don't want to have surprises after the accession. And it is also a crucial element of any investor's climate. So there is no economic or social development without the rule of law reforms taking forward as foreseen in the Copenhagen criteria.
It's clear you've been quite busy in the last 4 years. I think that's fair to say. You've been throughout these countries and capitals like Sofia, always trying to make your case as Commissioner for Enlargement. What are some of the concrete plans and goals that you still have for the rest of your mandate?
I have many, but I don't want to disclose them just yet. Let me put it this way. This year should be, I think, a groundbreaking year when it comes to enlargement. And this year will, I hope, change in a very, very effective way how we perceive and how we deliver enlargement. So I hope that this year we'll see even more coming than what you have seen in the last couple of years.
Well, I think suffice to say with that, we're very curious. We're very curious as to what the rest will bring. Suffice to say that we've all appreciated you being here in person and making the case for EU enlargement. Ladies and gentlemen, the EU Commissioner for Neighbourhood Policy and Enlargement, Commissioner Oliver Varhelyi.
Thank you.
Thank you,
so much.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And there is absolutely no break here, quite on the contrary, because we're picking up from where this previous conversation just left off, and we're going to dive into our very first panel with still the same title, Addressing Common Challenges, except now we want to hear from those vying for membership. First up here on stage, he's the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ambassador Burak Akçapar. Merhabalar. Aynen, hoş geldiniz. Delighted to welcome here on stage the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Albania. Megi Fino, ladies and gentlemen, is here. She was here. I know. I saw her. I think people are still getting mic'd up. Is that my understanding? People are still getting mic'd up. Why don't you have a seat for the time being? And yes, I fully understand. It takes a while to get mic'd up, which is taking place in the very back. And this is actually a panel that will consist of 4 speakers in total. We obviously also have the President of the Parliament of the Republic of Montenegro, Daniela Durovic, checking if she is mic'd up, and still waiting, of course, as is. And you also need to get mic'd up. Well, wonderful. You know, at the end of the day, I think this is the beauty of live television. You can never expect. Would have hoped, obviously, by now that everyone would have been mic'd up and ready to go. But as I fully understand, people coming in and out at different schedules. As is, I think there are a lot of points that we can pick up from where Commissioner Varhelyi left off with, and throughout the next 45 minutes we will have a panel here and addressing the statements that he's made here on stage and giving the floor obviously to countries that have been looking for full accession for membership. If we already have people mic'd up, please by all means join me. We have the President of the Parliament of the Republic of Montenegro with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Daniela Durovic. It's good to have you with us, Madam President. Please have a seat. So far, it's still open. It's open for everyone. It's lovely that you could join us. Thank you so much. Obviously, the case of Montenegro, a very interesting one, and you've been vying for membership since 2010. We'll get to that in just a moment. Do we have more people lined up? Yes. Thank you so much. We also obviously have the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Albania, Megi Fino. Great to have you with us. As you wished. Have a seat. So far, no seats have been assigned, as my understanding. We were supposed to be a bit of a larger group, so more seats for all of us. We're still waiting on 2 more speakers, one obviously being the ambassador of, and delighted to have her with us, the ambassador of Northern Macedonia here in Bulgaria, Agnesa Popovska, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
Great to have you with us.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Nice to be here. Whatever you say.
It is completely up to you. Have a seat, please.
Okay. Maybe here.
Yes, and we're still waiting. Yes, have a seat, and we're still waiting on the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey to join us. Obviously, a country that just came out of a very important election. And while he's getting ready, perhaps we can With your permission, Deputy Minister Megifino, perhaps we can start. Let me pose the very first question to you. Obviously, the talks have finally, after a long wait, the EU accession talks have finally been officially opened last year for Albania. You just heard the Commissioner speak about the progress that he sees being made in the Western Balkans, in your country particularly, he mentioned. I want to give you an opportunity to respond to what you heard.
Well, thank you very much, and a very good morning to everyone. Thank you, Ali, and good morning.
Good morning.
President of the Parliament and Deputy Ministers, Ambassadors, Ministers, distinguished guests. And thank you very much for the Bulgarian hosts for having us here and for hosting this event. To be fair, it's always a very good idea for the EU to come together and meet the Balkans. I think it's very important for all of us to discuss our EU integration path, and that is why I'm actually delighted to partake in this year's forum as well as last year. And certainly this year, as you mentioned, in slightly different circumstances for Albania. And I recall actually that last year I mentioned that Sofia was a symbolic place for the EU integration and of the Western Balkans, and how it was a turning tide in a dead period, and we managed to, and I was hoping that we would manage to turn the tide for us to the benefit of all of us, and that's why it's imperative for the EU to meet the Balkans, to engage and exchange. And I think the key word, in my opinion, of the topic of this forum is common challenges, for sure. It has been a long time coming since it could be considered that the EU and our region had something in common, apart from, of course, the fact that they share a common space, a continent. After the 90s, after the regime changed for our region, and as everyone is aware of the Balkan history, finally there is a common objective to create a space of prosperity, to create a space of peace, a space of stability, of values that is bigger than the EU of today, actually, and that it encompasses the neighborhoods. And the interdependency to reach this common objective, reinforced by the EU perspective of our region, has never been questioned during the last 2 decades. Nevertheless, it has been a common challenge to make the EU integration or enlargement policy, depending on which angle you see it, work and progress fast for the candidate countries of our region. It was mentioned in the previous talk that you had with the Commissioner that Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, it really put in motion a few processes that were missed in the EU. Sadly, but truly, it made the geopolitical shift within the EU that has always been one of the most important factors to push for accelerating integration of the Balkan candidates in the EU. Thus, last year, 2022, proved that the geopolitical EU, one that sees the benefits of the entanglement more than anything else, actually manages to take the right decisions with regards to prospering its neighborhoods. And Albania and North Macedonia finally starting the accession negotiations at their intergovernmental conference last July. Bosnia and Herzegovina receiving the candidate status, and also the deal over the visa liberalization for the citizens of Kosovo were great achievements last year for sure. Now this geopolitical EU decided also that the circle of countries with the EU perspective was widened last June by the trio from Eastern Partnership, Ukraine and Moldova receiving candidate status, and Georgia an EU perspective. This is going to be a challenge for the EU and the enlargement policy to deal with so many countries. It was one of the questions that you posed to the Commissioner as well. But I think it's important to realize that neither the migration crisis nor the COVID pandemic or the repeated plea from our countries, from the Western Balkan region, for the EU to consider the meddling of third actors in the region were able to make this big geopolitical shift. There was really a challenge to consider the Western Balkans as partners of the EU in common endeavors in tackling these challenges in the past, but we have overcome it, I think, with openness and dialogue from both sides. The region has grown up in so many ways. 2 countries of our regions were chairs of the OSCE. Albania, as you know, is a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council for last year and this year. Last year in December, we had the EU Western Balkans Summit in Tirana, the first one of its sort outside of the borders of the European Union. So we're definitely making big strides ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deputy Foreign Minister, for your opening remarks. Certainly, a lot is happening on the Albanian front. We'll dive into that, of course, as this conversation continues. But let me turn to Deputy Foreign Minister, Ambassador Burak Akçapar. Great to have you with us, Deputy Foreign Minister. As a good diplomat, I will spare you on commenting on the most recent Turkish elections outcome. I think that is not the topic that we're having today. But of course, you're standing out in more than one ways here on the stage because your country has the dubious distinction of having waited the longest as far as EU membership is concerned. Talks have been ongoing since '99, and many observers say the talks, at least for the time being, are all but dead. As a very seasoned diplomat and representative of Turkey, I was wondering if you comment to Turkey's status, obviously at the time being, but also perhaps on the remarks that the Commissioner made.
Thank you. Thanks so much for inviting me here. It's great to be back in Bulgaria, first and foremost. I'm not dealing with the Balkans in my current portfolio, but there was a time when I was dealing as a NATO officer with the region. And the region has since then came a long way. I dealt very directly with the accession process of Bulgaria and Romania to NATO, and look where Bulgaria and Romania are right now. So I think there is progress. The Balkans is moving forward, but there's so much more to be done. And one thing is for sure, one of the most kind of effective peace strategies of our times has been EU's accession process, the enlargement process. And I think it's critical that this process continues. And recently we have been seeing some slowing down, so it was kind of very welcoming kind of news that Mr. Varhelyi has said that this process is going to pick up, both in terms of pace and also as priority. Of course, the proof of the eating, the proof of the pudding will be in eating. We'll be watching very closely, including with regard to the easternmost member of this family. I'm not excluding Georgia, but Turkey. As you have said, Turkey has been kind of in this line, waiting for the accession process to move forward for a long time. Yes, it's the accession talks are at a standstill. That's for sure. One thing I can say, which is I think no news, and will not be news, is we don't believe that it's because of us that this process has stalled, and we're quite eager to move it forward. Turkey is part and parcel of the European family, that's for sure. We're one of the biggest contributors to European security, European stability, European welfare, and I think every crisis that comes about underlines Turkey's role, highlights Turkey's role. So although I'm not dealing with the Balkans, in my daily job, I'm dealing with this panoply of crises that surround Europe. And since the paper produced by Javier Solana, my boss at the time, after he moved to the EU, Europe will not feel confident, will not kind of rest before its neighborhood is stabilized. That brings to the limelight all these crises and all these dynamics, all these demographic trends, economic trends, all the conflict trends that continue to concern us. And then there was a time when we were kind of cautioned against being pessimistic. But look what's happening in Ukraine. Ukraine has moved us back into this realpolitik world where one country invades another. I think it is incumbent on us all in the European family, both as current EU members and as prospective EU members, to knit this continent closer together. We have to come with a formula to make this process go forward, thinking big, thinking strategically, and not getting embroiled in all these nitty-gritties of individual countries' specific positions on what have you, but moving Europe forward as one single family. I think as such, when this continent is united, from the Caucasus, from Turkey, all the way to the Germany and France and Western Europe, I think that is a time when we will be more confident. And at this time, when we see all these negative trends that are emerging in this world and active wars again entering our agenda.
Yes, certainly the war, thank you, Deputy Foreign Minister. Certainly the war in Ukraine has changed the dynamics in this region. It's become abundantly clear throughout the conversations and also my short conversation here with the Commissioner. Very interesting to see what role Turkey, of course, will play in that regard. But let me turn to Ambassador Popovska right now, Ambassador of North Macedonia here in Bulgaria. Of course, very much like in the case of Albania, the talks, accession talks with your country has started officially last year. Your country has applied for EU membership back in 2005, so this was a long time coming. I want to also give you the opportunity to react and respond to what you've heard up until now here on stage, both on this panel, but also the remarks from the Commissioner.
Thank you so much. First of all, before I address the question, I would like to extend the word of thankfulness, first of all, to the co-president of ALDE, Mr. Ilhan Küçük, and of course the president of the Atlantic Council, Dr. Solomon Pasi, for the invitation to participate at this distinguished forum. My minister, Bujar Osmani, was supposed to be part of this panel, so I would also like to use this opportunity to extend the apologies on behalf of my minister, who was not able to be part of this distinguished gathering because of the fact that, as the Deputy Minister of Albania mentioned, currently North Macedonia is a chairmanship in office of the OSCE. And the foreign minister was obliged to take part in the Council of Europe summit that is taking place in Reykjavik, and hence myself stepping in for the foreign minister. In terms of the challenges that that we are all facing at the moment, from the perspective of North Macedonia, as a country that has experienced quite a long time being in the waiting room of the EU, with the candidate country status achieved back in 2005, and being able to open the accession talks last year, 2022. At this very moment, what we see as the most worrisome, I would say, challenge from the perspective of North Macedonia is the deteriorating popular attitude towards the EU. And we don't see this only in North Macedonia, the disenchantment that was mentioned also by you when posing question to the Commissioner. But what we see this deteriorating attitude across the region. So from the most Europhile country in our region, North Macedonia, with percentages of support to the EU of over 90%. Currently, these percentages have dropped by 30–35%. And this is why we are so worried about this. It is because of the fact that the pro-European sentiment of the country has been, in a sense, one of the most one of the strongest weapons against malign interferences, which we see today. So we are quite, I would say, pleased that of this new momentum that is being built for the enlargement process of the Western Balkans. And we see that these negative public opinion trends could be reversed. And one of the possibilities how to reverse this is exactly to have more integration before membership. We have a new methodology that has been adopted quite recently, two years ago. This new methodology needs to be put in action, needs to be put into operation. Up until now, the region has had experiences with so-called differentiated integration. We have the Transport Community Treaty, we have the Energy Community. What we need is an extension of the common EU policies, more of them into the Balkans. Why not justice and home affairs? Why not single market inclusion? Why not more environment, more agricultural policies, and so on? If you allow me to say a word or two about North Macedonia as well, where we stand. Yes, last year we have had the first intergovernmental conference. We have opened the accession talks, or the opening phase of the accession talks. At this very moment, we are undergoing the screening process, which is also a demanding technical exercise, which will present practically an X-ray of the country's preparedness to meet the EU acquis. But what is politically of utmost importance, the most important political task for the country at this very moment is the constitutional change. And all the political energy of the country is actually going there to prepare the ground for the constitutional change, so as to be able to move on and proceed with the opening of the first cluster.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. You obviously raised a very crucial point about the lack of belief on the part of your citizens in the countries that you represent, something that I want to ask, obviously, each and every one of you. But let me turn to the President of the Parliament of Montenegro, Danijela Durovic. Now, your country has in many ways leapfrogged over some other countries. Obviously, you've also been waiting quite a bit. You applied for EU membership back in 2010, yet many EU insiders are saying Montenegro is actually the one probably the closest to membership as of now. Therefore, I'd be very interested in getting your take as to where you see your country at this very moment vis-à-vis EU membership, and also perhaps reacting to the remarks made by the Commissioner here on stage.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here, and gratitude to the organizers, of course, dear friends, colleagues, Commissioner. First of all, it was very good to hear some of the messages that we heard from President of the EU Parliament, Roberta Metsola, and also from the Commissioner. To hear some of the aspects which we at some point seems that we have forgotten. As you have mentioned, Montenegro has been a front runner for a long time. That long time is at some point gets to be tiring, you know. For 11 years, we have been in negotiation process, and within these 11 years, we have also changed methodology. And I hear that changing methodology was mentioned here today. At some point, of course, yes, the changing of methodology was in the aspect of bringing a focus more on the rule of law, making sure that there is a transparency within the process, integrating countries within some of the areas which were not possible earlier stages before full membership. However, new methodology was also a new approach of EU member states, of the EU representatives, keeping in mind that at the time that the new methodology was pushed forward was actually a time of not favorable atmosphere within the EU towards enlargement. So it was another way of EU countries and EU institutions saying that we are not very much for the enlargements, because it was official at that time. That was the first focus was how to reestablish and regroup within the EU and settle the issues in between, than to think about new countries joining. And after that, we have all to be clear that after Russian aggression on Ukraine, a year and some ago, absolutely new focus had changed, and there is a new atmosphere within the EU member states, but also around the world. New geographical and geopolitical situation has put a focus on peace and stability, and really looking upon the true beliefs and true principles of the EU. That was a first challenge to the core values of the EU, knowing that, in fact, when we are all together within the big European family, we could be stronger together, more resilient to the influences of the other parties. In that said, it's absolutely sure that now our focus has changed, and the Western Balkans, of course, as the topic of today, countries are much more in the focus of the EU. It is true that all of our countries need to put the reforms in forward and need to do our homework, definitely. But it was very interesting to hear from the Commissioner Varhelyi today that also EU needs to recognize the efforts and achievements which are ongoing and within our countries, and to be very vocal about it. We have heard it in Montenegro. Well, should I say that we had that experience for some time, fulfilling some of the obligations within our, of course, within the process itself. And some of the issues were a huge topic before completing. After completing, it looked like insignificant, which is not adequate approach. I'm very much more in favor, and I'm being very vocal on that. For the country who has still quite large support of the citizens regarding the EU membership, it's around 80%, and has been constant for several years. It's opportunity, but also could be burden. At some point, we could get to the position of being EU fatigue, and that's not really good. We see that from North Macedonian side, and we know that process they have been going into getting to open the negotiation. I really hope so that your negotiation will not last as much as ours, and that you will be more beneficial, of course. Turkey is another story. So.
Yeah.
However, I'm very vocal about that also EU needs to change the attitude, and has changed the way how to set the goals within the Western Balkan countries. Enlargement altogether. It's more fruitful, it would be more progressive if we could agree on the time scope, and within that time scope to fulfill our obligations. For Montenegro side, I have to say there has been, well, this process looked like chasing a carrot and a stick for a long time. And that's not really favorable, not for the citizens, not for those who are running country and those who are trying to obtain and to fulfill all the obligations which are in front of all of us. Anyhow, we are still hoping very much that we will finish our job regarding the reforms and that we will be the next one to join the club.
Yeah, EU fatigue, certainly a very, very valid component here. We only have about 10, 12 minutes left in this discussion. Therefore, I would kindly ask you to keep the answer a bit more precise so we can get maybe through one, certainly, but maybe even a second round of quick questioning, because that is a point, Megifino, that is certainly on everyone's mind. The frustration on the part of governments, the frustration on the part of citizens, the lack of belief, perhaps even the lack of trust in the EU and EU institutions, the rise of Euroscepticism. These are obviously dangerous aspects, not just because of geopolitical mechanics, because of Russia and China waiting sort of to fill a gap, but by and large because so much effort has been made on all your part, on all the country's part that you represent here today. How do you counterbalance that? How do you counter that within your own public, within your own people?
I think this is a good question, and I just want to add on to what the colleagues in the distinguished panelists also mentioned regarding popular support in terms of EU integration. I think in the case of Albania, there's always been a huge public support for EU integration, above 90%, and that has been constant. There's something that unites all political parties in Albania, and that is EU integration. Of course, that is not to say that it should be taken for granted. And of course, that means that we are committed, as we have been, to complete our obligations, to deliver, to do our homework. It was mentioned in the previous panel, the successful work and hard work when it comes to the reforms, such as in the case of Albania for the judiciary reform. But again, these are things that, of course, we're willing to do to make a reality of this long-held dream of the Albanian citizens and the younger generation, as myself, to be finally a member of the European Union. But while we work at home, I think the focus should also be on the work and on the homework that should be undertaken by the EU as well, to keep the strategic compass in hand in and you know steering us to the right direction when it comes to this path.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the question, Deputy Foreign Minister Burak Akçapar, is of course Turkey in many ways stands out here because it has been waiting for the longest part. Is the EU debate, even throughout this election campaign that we've witnessed, was that even a substantial part of the conversation? Do the Turkish people, the 83, 84 million people, actually still believe that this is something that could potentially still happen?
I think I should first say that we don't want to stand out. So we would be quite happy not to stand out from others. So we would be happy to move together with everybody. Now, 10 countries are lined up to complete this phase of the European project, and we want to be part of this 10 and move forward. I don't think there is a real question of whether there is enough public support within Turkey. And yes, you pointed out the electoral campaigns. No, the EU process has not come much into question there. It was not much debated. A lot of other issues were debated very hotly. Not this one, but it doesn't really say anything about the level of public support for the EU membership. I think it's still there. The Turkish people still, you know, in big degrees, in big percentages, want to join the European Union. I think, however, the credibility of the process is very much under question. And hence my appeal to look at it also from a methodological point of view. The recent methodological changes have not sufficed in creating a momentum, neither on the European Union side nor on the candidate side. So we need to take this a strategic look, because reverting back to my initial message, the Europe has to come together. And the Europe has to look also to its neighborhood. We can only do this together. And it cannot be done without Turkey as part of the European Union family. Only my schedule tells the whole story. From my trip to Moscow for the grain deal to Ethiopia for Sudan deal, there are a lot of negotiations going on to stabilize European neighborhood, from our food security, to migration, to a whole lot of other things that Europe has to deal with, address effectively, to preserve its sense of, well, its well-being and its prosperity. I think we have to speed up this enlargement process. There is not any other credible strategy for stabilizing and securing this very precious end of the Eurasian continent.
Very, very unambiguous words. The EU must stand together in times like these, and I think Turkey's role, pivotal role, both in the Ukrainian war, but beyond, is clearly testified and documented throughout Europe and beyond. Ambassador Popovska, also, you mentioned that you're concerned about decreasing lack of support within your own country, which of course always leaves open the danger of looking someplace else if it's not the EU. As part of the political elites, how do you counterbalance that?
Well, my country, North Macedonia, has been independent for 32 years now. And throughout these 32 years, the country has been built on compromises made to deliver on the aspiration of membership into the European Union. And we used to be one of the most Euro-enthusiastic countries in the Western Balkans, with public support for the future of the country inside the EU of over 90%. Why this public support has changed? It has changed because of the perception that the promises made were not delivered, that they were not fulfilled. In order to be able to materialize the candidate country status of the country that we acquired back in 2005, we were obliged to change the constitutional name of the country. So to open the constitution in order to be able to start the accession negotiations. Now we are in a position, of course, to open the constitution again in order to be able to close, so to say, the phase of the opening of the accession negotiations. This conditionality being developed in the midst of the process has been, I would say, a part of this disenchantment. But I believe that this downfall in the public opinion support is a reversible process. Is a reversible process, but for the reversibility of the process, of course, we would need investments from the two sides, I would say, of the process. An investment from the side of the EU to be credible about and clear about the conditionality, what the conditions are along the way, and of course to be credible on the side of the candidate country when it comes to the delivery on the conditionality, on the standards and
I think credibility is certainly the factor, which is not a one-way street, of course. If I may, President of the Parliament, Mr. Urovic, also get your take on the mood before we conclude slowly this panel on the mood within your country, the average people on the street, their belief or lack thereof of an imminent EU membership.
I would rather say that in Montenegro there is still a favor of the citizens for Montenegro to join the EU. But I would say that this enthusiastic and this optimism could, will not last forever, that's for sure.
Yeah.
At this point, I have to stress out that we do not have any EU skeptic political parties, so, which is very good for overall picture of the country itself. However, there are different approaches or differences between political groups and parties of the approach how to get to the EU. And have to be honest that we have been on some kind of standstill for 5 years. That's quite a long period of time. So there is still hope. However, this will not really last for a long time, since we are more or less always in some kind of election process. EU enlargement or our getting into the EU is always one of the first topics. Everybody's giving different solutions, but everybody's in favor of that. If EU also does not put foot in the region strongly, and that means also, which Commissioner Varhelyi was mentioning, it's not a competition. EU partners need to be clearly, strongly within the region and not to give any space to the third parties. And we have to be clear, if at some point this journey gets too tiring, the other perspectives are there to be offered, and I don't think that's a good solution, but we have to be aware of that.
We will conclude this panel with remarks from the president of the ALDE party in just a second, but 30 seconds each, because we heard the commissioner speak here today, announcing some drastic moves. He says, you're going to be surprised what is going to happen within the next few weeks and months. What do you foresee, Megifino? What would be your hope in that regard?
Well, we're obviously, most importantly, but also based on past experiences, where we believe in the gradual but progressive process for all of us that allows us to strengthen our common capacities and definitely tackle the challenges that we all face, not just Albania, but the region and the EU together, and stand united when it is needed the most. So we're very hopeful to make great strides ahead all together, for sure.
Deputy Foreign Minister Burak Akçapar, your final 30 seconds. Big changes, big surprises are coming. Do you think that will include Turkey as well?
Well, I'm aversive to big changes and big surprises. Usually it comes in the form of finding another excuse to exclude Turkey from these processes or putting blocks on the way. So please, I ask the Commission not to surprise us, but carry on with the business as it should be, by lifting all these very artificial restrictions and stoppages and all that things that hinder us from progressing based on our performance.
Yeah, not all surprises are good surprises. Yeah. in that regard, I suppose. Ambassador Popovska, 30 seconds.
Well, if you allow me to wish what I would wish for.
Yes, it can also be a wish, of course, yes.
If I would wish for is, why not give us an observer member status of the EU and reverse the pyramid of the accession process.
Daniel Durovic.
Surprises, surprises. Well, please do not surprise us because we have been surprised in a bad way so many times. Very interesting suggestion from Ambassador of Northern Macedonia. Good surprise would be for the EU to finally be more proactive and more clear, not to always chase some ideas and do not have any results. Maybe.
Well, I think one thing we've established is the word surprise. It can be ambiguous at times. It doesn't always have to be in positive connotation. But of course, the positive connotation is what we're all hoping for here on this panel, and I think also in the audience, addressing common challenges. I think, yes, we're finishing off with some concluding remarks by the president of the ALDE party, and very, very curious as to how you see, how you have observed this debate here.
Thank you, Ali. First of all, you said president of ALDE. Well, president of ALDE is Ilhan Küçük, but actually this mistake is correct because we are for the movement of rights and freedoms, and I'm the president of this movement. Well, first of all, I'd like to commend all the organizers of this very nice event, minister, deputy ministers, commissioner, president of the parliament, deputy and vice presidents of the parliament, excellencies, the organizers, I could say our organizer, ALDE, because we are part of ALDE. And as an organizer, I'd like to also commend ELF, and I can say our ELF, because we as a liberal integration, we are part of ELF, and also our friends from the Atlantic Club. I'd like to share some experience because this discussion has been very interesting to me. First of all, I'd like to commend the panelists for this very interesting debate. I'm not going to talk about Bulgaria before 1990, before 1989, about the prerequisites that created conditions for inter-ethnic conflict in 1989, 1990. But just the opposite happened in Bulgaria, and some people were witnesses then. In 1990, our honorary president, Dr. Ahmed Dogan, when in parliament, when we were still under the Warsaw Pact, he said the place of Bulgaria is in Europe, and the road to Europe goes through the Bosphorus. Many people try to distort the metaphor and interpret it in a twisted way. But we, as a country, Bulgaria has gone along its European pathway, and in 2004, Bulgaria became a member of NATO, and in 2007, Bulgaria became a member of the European Union. So we took our place, well-deserved place in the Euro-Atlantic family, NATO and the European Union. On the other hand, however, when we were building in the 90s our youth organization, our discussions have always tackled the issue that in order to have stability in the European Union, we need peace, stability, security on the Balkans. But in order to have peace, stability, and security on the Balkans, with all that rich history, culture, ethnic diversity on the Balkans, we together have to be members to common unions based on common values, and these are NATO and the European Union. And it's not accidental that in 2018, when Bulgaria held the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union, one of our top priorities was the enlargement of the European Union with the Western Balkan countries. From that perspective, this second forum is so much important. But on the other hand, however, for the Western Balkan countries, it is also important because long waiting leads to tiredness and disappointment, not only displayed by the politicians but also the citizens. This is what the European Union should have in mind. But on the other hand, the Western Balkan countries should know that membership in the European Union is not a gift. These are set criteria, a pathway that needs to be covered, and we need to do it very quickly. on both sides, on the side of the European Union and also the Western Balkan states, because we can see what is going on when the war is at your doorstep and you can see the aggression of Russia in Ukraine. Only then do we remember how much peace is important. And before the war, we're talking about the war like this is something that could never happen. But on the other hand, we should be aware very well that if we delay the process and create disappointment and mistrust in the citizens, there will be someone to use this space, to occupy the space. So this is something we should not let happen. But I'll stop. I don't want to give advice to the process, but I want to say another sentence about Bulgaria. Despite the fact that we are members of the European Union, we in Bulgaria, are we aware of the situation we're in and what with regard to the Euro-Atlantic values, the values that helped us become members of the European Union and NATO. And if we look now at the past 2 years, we had 5 rounds of elections. So Bulgaria became a politically insecure, unstable country in the region, instead of being an example for other countries, candidate countries. At the moment, we can see even something more in Bulgaria. We are probably in for a 6th round of elections, general elections. So my question is, who will win from this situation in Bulgaria and all the Balkans? Because if we analyze the election results, it's only that the Eurosceptics that they gain more support. And we don't want this. With all those, I'll stop with my questions now, and I would like to say a word of encouragement with regard to the enlargement of the European Union, because on the other hand, the European Union should ask the question, what countries does it want to border? Does it want to border countries with aggression or countries that need to be protected to make them part of the European and global family to become members of NATO and the European Union? I wish good luck to the conference, and once again I'd like to commend the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And indeed, obviously, many more questions could have been raised, but it is in the nature of panels and conferences that they are of limited time. Suffice to say, I think that even within the relatively short amount of time, we've gotten a very, very accurate, very interesting glimpse into the dynamics of 4 various countries that are vying to become a member. And in that sense, please join me in thanking the Parliament President, Daniela Durovic, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Megi Fino, Deputy Foreign Minister, Ambassador Burak Akçapar, and of course, Ambassador Popovska for this fascinating discussion. This is your applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, after a fascinating discussion, I will take the floor to present you a fascinating personality. My name is Bojko Vasilev. First of all, I'm a journalist at the Bulgarian National Television, and my guest here is one of the most prominent experts in the region, experts in nationalism, in conflicts, and in many, many, many issues of sociology and politology on the Balkans. His name is Dusan Janic, Dr. Dusan Janic. He's the founder of the Forum for Ethnic Relations in Belgrade. He's the founder. He has more than 100 publications all over, former professor of sociology, and again, a very, very, very tough personality. I know him since quarter of a century when he was taking a tough and very objective stance towards Milosevic's regime in Serbia. But he will lead us into the context of Serbia. We were witnessing tragic events recently, and Serbia, important part of the region, and Dusan Janic is here to come. So we'll talk about 10, 15 minutes, then you have the floor to 2 or 3 short questions. So first of all, the recent violence in Serbia, in the school and after that, do you see Serbian society changing because of that?
Surely that's, especially the school shootings, which was the first one in the recent history of Serbia. It was really some danger. It's initiated a lot of changes over the day. Still today, so many people, ordinary people, are talking about that with so emotional way. Why? Because it's targeted each family. Basically, it is not by chance, by nothing. Serbia is decades as living in the one society of the violence. Serbia is under the strong control of the political leaderships, which is really closely connected with the violence, not only the war violence, but also with the criminals, especially the narco dealers. And finally, the violence is the part of everyday life. And I will finish with that. The first political reaction is the motivation of pro-democratic, pro-European forces, including the NGO civic society, to go on public with the only one message: stop the violence. I'm sure that will be developed in the movement Stop to Mafia.
Movement Stop to Mafia.
Right.
Well, is this all imprints of the war?
It's, we are talking about the war.
The violence and the reaction to that.
Yeah. You know, that's basically Serbia is divided. We have the leadership, and not only political, but also the business, who have the special narrative about the war. They make the profits from the war. And we have some of the other people who are on the other majority of the people who lost it during the war 90s and during each of the wars. And for that, in this very moment, you will see also Ukraine, maybe we will come that, Ukraine war, the same, how to say, schizophrenia. You have the leadership which is quite functioning like divided personality. Could not clearly say that is basically that is something what we will not accept. What is that what we could not accept? That's the war. But we are still living in unfinished peace. That's the problem of society of Serbia.
But how do official Belgrade motivate the Serbian position towards the war in Ukraine? And is society supporting the official line?
First of all, society is not supported. Nobody asking society on the chance to the large part of society to say anything. The media, especially the media which are supporting the government, they have also divided personality. We have some of them too, which still today, their transmission from Russian radio TVs programs. And they are promoting the Russian side of the war. From the other side, including the government, officially it is against the war, it is for supporting Ukraine territorial integrity, but is not saying clearly we will implement the sanctions of EU. That's, we just finished with one fact. To give you one fact, it's not easy. It's easy to me to say goodbye Moscow. I never been the partisan of the Moscow. But for the leadership of Serbia, it's not so easy job because our energy sector, you know that energy security is the basis of all security, is monopolized by Gazprom and by Russian governmental credits. Anyway, that will be the long term, and Serbia is trying today's leadership to play on both sides what is impossible.
Do you think that we are facing, that Serbian society and Serbian politics understands that this is a dramatic moment when you have to take a stance? The West, Europe, or Moscow?
Now we have some kind of beginning of the new stage on the political, economic, security crisis in Serbia, which is in the end the crisis of the existing model of governing and the existing governing political, how to say, people parties. From the other side, we have something what is recovered of the not only opposition, I'm talking about the society. Surely, when we met in the next 2 months, we will see completely different Serbia. Maybe that the government will go, Vučić will go to organize, he's really a good manipulator. Maybe he will go on elections to try to stop that. That's a process. But the process finally is going against to his will and against his governing in the next few years.
You are following closely Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. Do you think it's bearing fruit so far? And does the war in Ukraine have an influence on this process?
Surely. You know, I'm basically the part of the dialogue for the really beginning, 1988. And it's only what I could say in this moment in Serbia. That's my political capital, because I was completely unsuccessful in politics, because I was looking so far in Europe. Anyway, that's meaning that I have really good contacts and I know what both sides are doing and planning to do. In this moment, I will say that this process is in the crisis. I had a lot of time to talk or to send the messages to the people, many people, including Miroslav Lajčák is a really good tennis player, but not so good playing in this crisis, because it's not up to him, it's up to consensus, which does not exist between the Brussels and Washington. That's my, if I could say, my experience, the lesson learned from the 90s is when Brussels and Washington will talk about one voice, what is the case in Ukraine, we will have the progress. Local politicians, in the meantime, will manipulate with the differences. Anyway, the process is a crisis.
But who is talking with a better and clearer voice, in EU or Washington?
In this very moment, Washington.
Washington.
Maybe you know, maybe that is simplified way of talking, but people need something what is feeling of security. Security, not only military. And it was really nice to listen, Varhelyi, this morning about 2 billion which will come in railways. That's true, that will come. But what is the priority for the Western Balkans? Railways are important, motorways, but energy, that's one kind of supporting the energy community or cooperation between the Western Balkan countries and investing in that. That's about what is talking Escobar, is talking Washington agreement, is talking Biden in the points about the Kosovo. And for that, people now, you could not believe, the people who were from Russia, who were against America in Serbia, now they are pro-Americans. European Union is something close, but so far.
What is the main mistake Brussels is making, if we can talk in this case about a unified Brussels?
I could not talk about the mistakes. I could talk about the different interests among the countries, members, and also especially among the members of the Queen Group, especially in this very moment. That's our perception from the bottom, from the Western Balkan, we could not recognize the same lines from Berlin and from Washington. I will give you one example. Washington hardly supporting mini Schengen or Open Balkan will be the new name. But that is basically energy, infrastructure, and trading community. Brussels and Berlin, they're supporting Berlin process.
Yeah.
But if you are rational, if it's not something behind, it's so easy to harmonize those two processes, but no political will. It's not up to the local people. And now we have the people who are basically from governments on the Western Balkan who are divided. Some of them, like Montenegrin government, following the Berlin's process. In Serbia, Albania, Northern Macedonia, they are giving the priority to the Open Balkan. But what is the result? Both are blocked. In this very moment, both are blocked because among the local people, journalists, we have the hard discussions, but not serious investments.
What can unblock all these things? End of war in Ukraine, victory in Ukraine, or change of decision making, or elections somewhere in the West? What can unblock?
First of all, I really have to my personal positions toward the war in Ukraine. And it's a process which started as the war, 2014. We are talking about that from 2022. That's okay. That's really important, even in recent history. That war will, or I'm hoping, the winnings of Ukraine, supporting by EU and NATO, will change the history, certainly, and especially the new re-established, in the new way re-establish the sphere of interest. For Serbia, it's really important to join to the winners. In this very moment, because the 90s, we finished in first time in our history as the loser. In this very moment for us, Ukraine is the signal of where is the winner. Unfortunately, the politicians are calculating their interests, elections. Anyway, society, I'm sure, is in the side of the Ukrainian people, and they're suffering, and they're really fascinated fight. They are fighting for freedom. They are fighting in some way for all of us, including the people in Serbia. And for that, I will just say that directly, we have a lot of influence, but the main influence is that our leader, which was under any questions before the war in Ukraine, now himself, which is confused, who is looking like one man staying in the middle of the crossroad, waiting some train to kill him. He's not able to move. And that's the real picture, I think, of our politics today.
We had the illusion in the 90s, I remember, in Bulgaria, that Western pressure can bring change, and only Western pressure can bring change. Yes, Western pressure can bring change on the politics on the Balkans, but can it change societies? Can it bring back catharsis? Can it bring forth a deep understanding and tolerance on the Western Balkans?
I'm so young and I could talk about that time as insider for us and the founder of European movement in Serbia. 1988, European community was the light on the end of the way. That support, I'm not talking in the term West-East, that's motivation coming from European community for liberals, for example, German liberals and many others in Bulgaria, was so important for trying to stop the war and after to develop anti-war movements. Also, I think that we never ended our war without the Western intervention. Unfortunately, that's military intervention and then stop the war. Stop the armed conflicts, not the war. The so-called West was really important in this whole period of our developments. But something happened, you know, that in the one period of time, European Union itself was so satisfied. They decided not to go on enlargement. Now is the new situation. Ukraine war is, I think, reflects the memories of the people from Paris, Brussels, about the Balkans. And that's the good impact. Now they are talking about the enlargement, but you know, it's changed. It's not perfect. And I will say that in some way, personally, I will be satisfied when Serbia will join to European Union in 10 years. But in some way, I am not sure that I will be happy because the competition is strong.
But can you envisage a moment when everybody will join everybody on the Balkans will join EU? Can you imagine such an event?
Oh, I was training and I was teaching that we have to repeat the Visegrad Plus group model. That is not working. And for that, I'm really supporting the regional cooperation. Does not matter how we are calling. Open Balkan, Western Balkan 6 maybe is the neutral, is the best, because it's the way in which we more effectively, more quickly prepared to join. The rules are that we will go one by one. But it will be really nice that how to say, that period of time will not be so large. And anyway, thanks to leadership of Serbia, we are now not so more developed than Kosovo. We could think that we are. But if you are looking on the legislation on Kosovo, it's much better than in Albania and in Serbia. On Montenegrin legislation is one among the first. That means that maybe we will be right. Maybe this happened on some, but that will decide the member states of EU.
It will be first time after the Roman Empire when all the Balkans are in one union. And I hope we can live to that, right?
Yeah, sure, it's much better than to be in Stalin's union. You know that they try to do that.
Yeah, but not all the Balkans. We have 5 minutes to short questions. One or two. Anybody to raise his or her hand? Yeah? I can't see you. Nobody? Then I will conclude. Again, what you are hearing here is a very independent position, independent, and it's free and it's personal. Once again, if we see the Western Balkans and the enlargement of the European Union, what can be done to make this story better?
You know, I really could just repeat what was said by Commissioner. They are doing many things, but it's not everything in the. You know, China is doing so-called has the so-called infrastructure strategy. It's investment in infrastructure, and they mean that they will be closer to the people. Yes, people, you are closer to the governments. You are closer to the big business. You are not closer to the people. You have to combine that. For many, many other communication, I will tell you something from the experience of civic society. Basically, the way in which European Union is spending a lot of millions of their citizens on civic society is not coming directly to the civil society organization. It's going through the government. Everything, basically, European Union way to financing the development of media freedom and so on is going basically intermediated by the governments. That's bad. That's bad. Comparing with European community, that's really bad. And what I could say, the commissioners, please study the experience of European community. European community was able to accept Visegrad Group together in the one moment.
But society, can society change from itself, like Baron von Münchhausen taking itself out of the mud by itself?
That is not working like this, but there's a lot of activities and a combination of them. In the end, the political leadership must be in Serbia completely, I would say, changing the policy. Many of them, they have the capacity, but they are calculated. Money is money, you know, the interest is interest. But political leadership has to do the first most important, political parties and other most important, I would say, influence, or to be some model, role model. If they are not promoting the idea of European communication, if they are not promoting peace, what they are promoting? War. They are promoting the status quo. They are just going in the Brussels. I'm personally on the side of my tennis partner, Lajčák. But each Monday I am shocked when he is passing. People are going there just to spend the time to have a coffee and in some way to buy the time for prolongated elections in their proper countries, Kosovo and Serbia. Just one example.
Thank you very much. I will bring home one thing. EU should focus more on society, more on society. I think, and our experience shows that this is indeed a problem. Thank you very much, Dusan Janic, analyzer from Serbia.
Right.
And tennis partner of Lajčák.
Right.
Please.
Don't know who is better.
Yes.
Hadi gidelim ya. Ben oraya mı çıkacağım? Oraya mı çıkacağım? Oraya mı çıkacağım? Vakit mi geldi? Oraya mı çıkacağım? Yok.
Buyurun.
Burada. Şimdi mi çıkacağım? Bu benim programım bu değil mi?
Şimdi sizin programınız başlıyor.
Evet.
Good afternoon everyone. Hello.
Kaç dakika? 10 dakika.
Size 10 dakika veriyorlar hocam.
Tamam. Aman söyleyin de dikkat edin. Şey olur. Aslında kaçırmayın.
Tamam. İşaret ederiz size.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello and welcome. So lovely to see you. To my panelists, I'll sit here.
Hello. How
Hello.
are you?
Welcome. Nice to meet you, Eileen. Please come to my right.
O tarafa.
Yes.
Böyle
Right.
Buraya mı oturayım?
Please take a seat, everyone. So, once again, hello and welcome. So we're going to be talking about Turkey's foreign policy. Of course, this is the 100-year anniversary of the Republic of Turkey, so a very important moment. Also very important because, as you know, we've just had elections in Turkey. You also know that the results that have come out so far show that there is no lead candidate. Of course, President Erdogan is leading by about 4%, I think, in the polls, but no one has captured the 50% threshold of votes. So we're going to have a runoff elections also in a couple of weeks, I think in 2 weeks or so. But whoever becomes president of Turkey, there is no denying that this is a very important geopolitical and strategic partner for the world, and also, of course, for the European Union and the Balkans. We've seen Turkey's relevance increase in the midst of Russia's brutal war in Ukraine. Turkey has kept Russia as a friend, but also very, very involved with Ukraine. Of course, Turkey is a member of NATO, and as one of my panelists said just a few minutes ago, a permanent candidate for membership of the European Union. A very important player in the Balkans, we know that, in the Black Sea area, in the Middle East, and I would say across the Muslim world. Very, very important, and in a world which is becoming increasingly multipolar, also a very important member of the global South. So with that, let me just introduce myself. I'm Shada Islam. I'm an independent analyst and commentator based in Brussels, following geopolitics and EU foreign policy very, very closely. To discuss these issues with me, I have a fantastic panel. Joining me are Dr. Ilber Ortayli, historian and professor at the Galatasaray University. Please let's give him a hand and applause of welcome. Dr. Ortayli, it's a real pleasure and a privilege to be here. Joining me also on my right, Her Excellency Aylin Sekiçoguk. Did I pronounce that okay? More or less. Of course, Ambassador of the Republic of Turkey to Sofia. Thank you very much for being here, Aylin. His Excellency Selim Yenal, President of the Global Relations Forum, also former ambassador to the European Union, and I confess a very good friend of mine from there. And last but definitely not least, given that his articles are appearing as we speak in the Financial Times, among other papers, is Dimitar Bechev, lecturer and visiting scholar at Carnegie Europe. So the rules of engagement are very, very simple. I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Ortayli first for his keynote address, and then we're going to explore some of the questions that I put to you in the beginning. So, please, sir, the floor is yours.
Madam Chairman, and Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, very glad and feel myself quite privileged to have this speech here. If I talk about Turkish foreign policy and at all Balkans, it's certainly a very deep subject, and the solution and the explanations are different and different. The theories are as much as the cancer theories in medicine. And I don't think we can have a perfect and excellent guidance to diplomacy with our historiographical and sociological and economical research, but at least we can help a few. So Turkish foreign policy is, of course, an old class, école, school of foreign policy, because the empire had to be a diplomatic empire. The offices and relations are so, we don't talk about it. And we had partner, of course. Before their dependence, even Bulgarians had, of course, diplomatic relations and alienations and alliations with Turkish Principality and First Ottoman Principality, 14th century. So as the Serbians, of course, as empires, and so are the Romanians. And all these countries are not colonies, of course. These are privileged, Christianized, bureaucratic traditions, with their bureaucratic traditions, old empires, kingdoms of this country. So it should be a fact that Ottoman Empire, as a third Rome of the world history, had this kind of conglomerate. And certainly everyone had its own influence. 19th century is the modernization of the Balkan countries. Education, capitalism, manufacturing, and public education, the most important thing. That's a pioneer one. Balkan countries at the pioneering public education. Education was an equality of the popular classes, and education was the first impetus of the social mobilization. One cannot understand the character of the policy and the ideology and social conflict and social development without studying educational history of Bulgaria and Serbia and Turkey. Point. the 19th century's diplomatic classes in those countries are remarkable. However, they did not follow the class and the school of the European diplomacy. They had wonderful types. For example, Ottoman diplomatic class, Mehmed Emin Ali Pasha, Kishicizade Fuat Pasha, and so on, Ahmet Vefik Pasha. Some members are from upper classes, some members are from lower middle classes with their wonderful French. That means, I mean, an efficacité. And certainly the same is true even for Principality of Bulgaria. I mean, even under Ottoman autonomyship, Stambulov is a remarkable figure who really played Russia against Austro-Germany and German Empire against Russia, and sometimes profited England and these Balkan countries. This foreign political development is remarkable. After First World War, Bulgaria, of course, lost a lot. There are three countries, not Austria and Germany. Vengria, I mean Hungary, and then, of course, Bulgaria and Turkey, Turkish Empire. Hungary lost almost 60% of its dominant countries and the population, and Bulgaria as well as almost half of the country, including Aegean ports and the ports on the Danubian area, and certainly a good amount of the Bulgarian population. This is the Nöye. And in those days, the remarkable leader, one of the really, I mean, prominent sons of this country, Stamboliski, the leader of the socialists, had a proclamation. This was after the rejection of the Sevres and Lausanne in Turkey. He said, the same road will be followed by Bulgaria too. We are going to abolish Nöye. And that was not, of course, followed by that way of Stamboliski's. Unfortunately, the monarchy and the regime of the Stambulov led to country another way that solved it, unfortunately. But it is a kind of remarkable alliance between Balkan countries, Greece and Turkey, understandable. But Greece had a kind of, I mean, another inclination to Italy, which was quite prohibited. But Bulgarian and Turkey alliance, except Entente, Balkan Entente, was also remarkable, and that went on. Certainly, the socialization, or I would say the joining to the Warsaw was not on those days, changed the route. The same is true also with Romania. Titulescu and Kemalist regime brought another thing. Sure, I would say till the foundation of the Soviet system and Cold War, in 40s, at the end of 40s, Bulgaria, Turkey, and Romania, and even Greece had another way. That was the way of Kemalism. Turkey has followed the roots of Kemalist foreign policy. Peace and entente with Balkan countries, inevitably. So you will have to follow that without problem. And of course, the same is true also between Iran and Turkey. There we also had a kind of leading role in the introduction of social reforms and westernization. Iran, Afghanistan, and on the other hand, other part of Middle East. The most important thing is, without thinking or imagining the role of the socialist system, Eastern Europe, Bulgarian and Turkish relations went on. But of course, if you have someone else, I mean, as the leading power of your pact, then you have to take yourself out. And so was it the problematic way with Bulgaria started at the end of 40s. And the first reaction of this death is that, the first migration, forced migration of Bulgarian Turks in 40s. Thanks to this migration, but Turkey enjoyed to have a very qualified force for the development of its industry and agriculture as well. Thank you. And the second is repeated by Todor Zhivkov later. 300,000 people, they really changed the character of Turkey again. However, it was a tragedy, helps to the development of country. What I say, the way of foreign policy between Bulgaria and Turkey is following the roots of Stamboliski and Kemalist foreign policy, that's all. Whenever we follow this way, the ethnic groups will be satisfied. Whenever we follow that way, the economic development will be well, the development of the traffic and interrelations and infrastructural construction will be well, and we had to go on that way. I thank you very much. Certainly it's a very big subject, but I think the message is very clear. No problem, no troublemaking, just following the way of post-war period, Stamboliski and Kemalist foreign policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, really for taking us on this fascinating historical voyage, giving us the background for what we need to discuss today. Always important to have history in our minds when we're looking at geopolitics, and I think we tend to forget that sometimes, all that we have lived and worked together. And thank you very much for also outlining the way ahead, the options that we face. So, Your Excellency Eileen, if I may call you that, just wondering, in today's modern world, your ambassador to Bulgaria, Turkey's ambassador to Bulgaria, how would you interpret what the professor has said in terms of today?
Yes. As Professor Ortaylı rightly stated, the architect of Turkish-Bulgarian friendship is Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, definitely. Therefore, before coming to Sofia, before assuming my duties as the ambassador here in this beautiful country, I have read a lot about Atatürk, his days in Sofia, and Turkish-Bulgarian relations while he was the president of the modern Turkish Republic. And I came across a very striking statement by Atatürk. Back in 1931, Atatürk receives the Prime Minister of Bulgaria. And he says, it is, just to remind you, it is just before the Second World War. And he says, Turkey and Bulgaria should remain friends. Whoever is against Bulgaria is against Turkey as well. So, I mean, it is a very strong statement, actually. And I cannot find any other example of Atatürk's statements regarding a third country which is that strong. It's like a directive, like an order to the future foreign policy makers. I was, of course, Atatürk is a strategist, a visionary, and I sense that he meant what he said. It's not a small talk. But I was confused because Turkish-Bulgarian relationship has not always been a rose garden. As Professor Ortaylı rightly suggested, the assimilation campaign against the Turks and Muslims, the Cold War, dynamics, etc. So I was a little bit confused about the strength of this statement. Then I came to Sofia in early 2020 at a very turbulent time, starting with the COVID crisis, to be followed by war in Ukraine, the disruption of the global supply chain, energy crisis, the migration crisis, etc. And in each and every crisis that we had to face here in Bulgaria, Atatürk's statement, this famous statement, was tested and tested and tested again. And in each time, that statement has come even more valid than ever. To give you an example, the COVID crisis, Turkey was the first country to help Bulgaria with all these medical supplies, etc. And we worked together with the Bulgarian authorities very closely to coordinate the borders, because there was a huge influx of Turkish citizens returning back to Turkey during the COVID. And then came to war in Ukraine. We helped evacuate the Bulgarian citizens from Ukraine. And the Bulgarian authorities opened their borders between Romania and Bulgaria unconditionally for all the Turkish citizens, and helped us a lot to evacuate them through Bulgaria. And came the energy crisis. When the then Bulgarian government, faced the crisis because of this, Gazprom thing, etc., and Russia cut supplies of natural gas to Bulgaria, Turkey was the first country that they had to apply for help. So we opened our port facilities for the tankers carrying LNG to Bulgaria, and we helped that LNG to pass through Turkey to reach Bulgaria. And just this year, in the beginning of this year, we concluded a spectacular natural gas cooperation agreement with Bulgaria that has prevented drastically Bulgaria from falling into another and a very severe energy crisis. And illegal immigration, common borders, all the time, we cooperated and we cooperated and we cooperated very closely. So looking ahead, I can tell you that there are two variables that would affect the dynamic of Turkish-Bulgarian relationship, and there are two constants and one variable. Starting with the variable, that is the changing international and regional context. At times of unpredictability, at the times of turbulence, both countries, Turkey and Bulgaria, are in search of trustable, strong, and stable partners as neighbors that can help the other one in times of crisis. Therefore, since the present unpredictability seems to be continuing for a very long time, my assessment is that Turkey and Bulgaria will be getting even more closer in the years ahead. Regarding the constants of this relationship, the one very important constant is the common borders and the connectivity consideration from the perspective of Turkey. Bulgaria has always been the door for Turkey to reach out to the rest of Europe land-wise. And we always wanted to keep this door open. Therefore, Turkey will always invest in developing in relations with Bulgaria in order to keep these common borders, first of all, secure, and second of all, open for regular supply chain movements and also for the passage of the passengers. And the third factor, which is a constant and very important, is the Turkish Muslim minority in Bulgaria. Whenever they feel secure and happy in this beautiful country, Turkish-Bulgarian relations will have a greater impetus to develop. And vice versa is also unfortunately correct. Therefore, these are the three intakes that I can share with you as my position as an ambassador of Turkey in Bulgaria, and thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador, pointing to the unpredictable global environment, regional environment that we're living in, and also to pointing to the variable. You are very confident that Turkey and Bulgaria will stay together. The solidarity, you said, has been tested, but friendship has survived and actually being thriving as well. You talked about the common borders and also about the well-being of the Turkish Muslim minority here, and of course that counts in this relationship. Selim, if I may come to you, getting into what I started off with, which is really the momentous elections that were just held. Of course, we don't know what will happen next. President Erdogan has a comfortable-ish lead. 4% is not bad. But in terms of what happens next, in terms of foreign policy, right, will there be, do you think, any change, or is there a consistency, as the professor has pointed out and Eileen has said as well, is there a consistency in the foreign policy establishment of which you are a part in terms of the world view, the European view, the NATO view, the regional view? Please.
Well, Shara, it's very nice to see you again. And I'd like to first of all begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me. I'm a retired ambassador, and my current job keeps me from fading away. So the question that you asked me is a big question, of course. Now that we see that President Erdogan has a greater chance of being re-elected, will Turkish foreign policy continue in its current track? Most likely, but of course, it depends on the circumstances in which we find ourselves. The Ukrainian-Russian war has changed the landscape definitely, and we have found ourselves basically in the middle ground. This is, actually continuing our foreign policy throughout the ages. We try to keep away from the Second World War. We try to be as even as possible, and actually we're following the same track. Now, I know that we are sometimes a candidate, and sometimes we are a third party, according to the EU. And the EU has, decided on sanctions on Russia, for example. We did not follow the sanctions for a simple reason that we were not consulted. I know the results and the way in which the EU functions. They decide, and we have to follow as a candidate. But they don't treat us as a candidate. And in fact, the sanctions, we needed to be consulted. Ukraine and Russia are very important for us. Neighbors, partners, and therefore we needed to be consulted, and we were not. So it's not as simple as we decide and you have to follow. With regard to NATO, of course, we have had a difficult relationship recently, but again, Turkey has been able to mediate between those two countries. The grain deal is a good example. Now, with regard to what happens in the Middle East and beyond, if President Erdogan continues his policies, I think that the economic situation in the country actually will force him to mend fences, to continue to mend fences in the Middle East and beyond. Of course, we have a prickly relationship with the United States. The fact that we had bought the S-400s from Russia has caused problems. We don't see eye to eye on what happens in northern Syria. All these will probably continue. If there is going to be a change of government, then we will probably have a different policy altogether on certain issues. Our relationship with Russia will not be as cozy as it is right now. The fact that we have this relationship with Russia is due to the personal connection between the two presidents, because we don't see eye to eye with Russia on any issue, whether it's the Balkans, the Caucasus, the Middle East, you name it. So the only thing that keeps us going is the personal connection that the two presidents have. Now, with regard to the EU, unfortunately, we have, distanced ourselves, both sides. The fact that after the coup attempt in 2016, we have been backsliding in our reforms, the judiciary, the rule of law, and the EU has used this as an example to not fulfill its promises of the 18th of March migration deal. So we have not been able to modernize the customs union. We have not been able to initiate, visa liberalization, and the accession process is dead in the water. Now, even if there is a change of government, I don't think that we can go beyond a certain level. because we haven't talked about certain issues that are permanent in our foreign policy, which is Cyprus. Some might consider it as the elephant in the room, because even if there is a change of government, whoever is in power, there's a limit of what Turkey can do on that. And as long as the Turkish Cypriots are not considered to be equal to the Greek Cypriots, then we won't have a solution on the island. And therefore, that will prevent us from moving ahead on the accession process. So I would suggest that if whatever government comes to power, we should find a sustainable kind of relationship with the EU, tension-free, in which we understand that there are certain limits for both sides to move ahead, but at least we should not have tension. That's the most important thing. We need to have dialogue, which has been lacking on both sides. As you well know, from 2004, we were invited, since 2004, we have not been invited to any summits. The only summits that we were invited was when we had the migration crisis. We had 3 summits in 4 months at that time because Turkey was needed. So we should not be remembered as a country to be needed. We should be there to continue the dialogue. And of course, the dialogue is important on certain issues. Again, as a final point, with the EU, we discuss many things, but we don't coordinate. We don't do things together. We should have been able to do that with regard to foreign policy on Ukraine and Russia. But no, it's not the way in which the EU operates, but it should. It should change its policies towards its candidates, its countries in the neighborhood, and talk more evenly and work together. And that has been lacking. So I think that whoever comes to power in the next 2 weeks, the most important thing is to have dialogue and tension-free relations with our neighbors and beyond.
Selim, thank you very much for being, as always, very outspoken, frank, and honest. I have to say, sitting in Brussels, sometimes I have the impression that we look at Turkey more as a rival than as a potential member. And of course, it takes 2 to tango. And this lack of consultation is, I think, something that I'm hearing from a number of countries. But of course, Turkey matters very much indeed.
One final point, if I can maybe, that's what you made, because you're right. The EU sometimes sees us as a rival in the Balkans. They confuse us with China and Russia.
Yes.
I mean, I take that, you know, I cannot accept that.
Yeah.
I cannot accept that.
Thank you for making that point. Okay, so let me go to you now, Dimitar. So you say in today's Financial Times, read it, people, you say that both Putin and Zelensky will have reason to be happy if Erdogan stays in office. He has strong ties with Moscow and Kiev and would continue to reap the benefits of being the middleman. There'll be back and forth, you said, on Sweden's NATO membership, which of course Turkey for the moment is holding up. And you say that there is possibly a decision in July. But you say very importantly, I'm sorry I'm quoting you back to you, but I think this is important.
That's all right.
Erdogan, yes, I'm giving you publicity, right? Visibility, that's what it's all about. Erdogan will keep fanning anti-Western and anti-US sentiments at home. Go a little bit further, explore this with us.
Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot for being part of this forum. It's a real privilege to me, and I feel somewhat humbled to be in the company of 3 Turkish citizens who obviously know much more than I would ever will about this fascinating country. And the key to your question about anti-Westernism basically connects to our topic, 100 years. And Ilber Hoxha hinted at some of those references. Now, in 1923, when Turkey was established as a republic, it had emerged from a war of independence, where it had to fight not only Greeks, but also a number of Western powers, including the country I live in, the United Kingdom. And of course, Kemalists promoted Western reforms to make the new republic more like those model societies, but also there was this ambivalent relationship because they also faced a threat. And this tradition of ambivalence has remained ever since. So on the one hand, Turkey is linked, especially the EU, but also it's part of NATO. It's part of the wider West, if you will. So in that sense, I agree, it's not like China or even less so Russia. But on the other hand, let's be honest, we are long past the date where Turkey saw itself, and by Turkey I mean the elite, it saw itself as an eternal candidate for EU membership. Turkey sees itself as an independent and influential player. with its capabilities and its influence across many regions. We heard about Sudan, I heard about the Caucasus and so on and so forth, and obviously Russia and Ukraine. That was put on display. And therefore, I think, going back to domestic politics, this ambivalent feeling that Turkey is excluded, but also it has ambitions, resonates with many people. Just look at the parties that are contesting the election. In the pro-government camp or pro-Erdogan camp, which, I mean, let's put my card on the table. I think it's very likely we have the same president after the 28th of May. But there is a coalition partner, the Nationalist Action Party. But likewise, on the opposition side, you have a nationalist party. So I agree with Ambassador Diano, where he says that maybe there's very limited opportunity for opening in Cyprus, because there will be people in Turkey arguing, but also people in Cyprus as well, on the Greek side, honestly. And now we have a third nationalist force in Sinan Oğan, somebody of Azerbaijani origin, who also channels those sentiments. So going forward, I can see Turkey being there in the middle, trying to project independent power. But that's my second point. There will be a limit. Of course, I wrote a book that Turkey turned away from the West. But there's some resilience in those connections. Look at trade flows between Turkey and the EU, or the number of Turkish citizens living in the European Union. Now, of course, one piece of news now is that polling stations in Germany and in the Netherlands and so on will be open longer than other Western countries, but it's a separate discussion. You have ethnic Turks sitting in European institutions, and Mr. Küçük is a great example, and makes me proud to have somebody like him who is also carrying the flag for the Western Balkans. You have energy, also climate change, a topic that is increasingly key. Turkey joined now the Paris Climate Agreement, so there is an enormous scope for cooperation. Now, of course, if Kılıçdaroğlu would have won the elections, I think there will be an opening. Probably there will be a discussion about updating the customs union. Now, this is probably not happening, but I'm encouraged, because this election campaign, you didn't see the type of friction we had 5 years ago. Remember 2018, the year before, ambassadors being recalled, strong words exchanged with the Germans. Exactly, this anger is gone. There is realization on all parts that there is mutual dependence. Turkey needs some reconstruction money. There will be the discussion around the renewal of the refugee deal. So passions are running low. Even Greece, I mean, many in my trades in the previous months were expecting that Greece has an election, Turkey has an election, Mitsotakis and Erdogan will be trading threats. Nothing of the sort has happened. Maybe the tragic earthquake has helped in a strange way, dangers turning up in Antakya. So I see some openings and silver linings with the EU. So let's be optimistic. And final word, just to underscore what Ambassador Yenel said about the Balkans, since we are discussing the region. In the Balkans, Turkey, of course, sometimes plays the role of independent regional power. But if you drill down a little bit and look at policies, Turkey is basically part of the coalition, the Western coalition. For instance, Turkish troops are serving in Bosnia in EU4, the peacekeeping mission. Turkish troops are also in Kosovo under NATO. Turkey didn't veto North Macedonia or Montenegro joining the pact. And the list goes on. So there's a lot of connectivity, and thank you very much for your attention. I'm sure there's a discussion to be continued.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dimitar, also for having a let's say, optimistic note. I have to say, one of the things that does worry me is that we haven't talked about it, but it is the future of the Istanbul Convention. Foreign policy also has a gender dimension to it, and I am behoved as a woman who believes in an inclusive foreign policy to actually point out that we are at a very, very defining moment in terms of what happens to the Istanbul Convention, a very important legal instrument. Just to take the conversation a bit further, Dimitar has talked about Turkey's ambivalence. You've talked about you didn't use the word equidistant, Selim, but you did talk about having this sort of middle space. Of course, attempts at bringing peace to Ukraine have been made by the president. Not only, other countries have done it as well. There was the grain deal that was very important for the global south, which frankly is feeling the devastation of this war very, very acutely. So what do you see as the possibility now at this moment, 2 years, entering into the second year of this war, any kind of peacemaking, mediation effort that Turkey, whoever becomes president, could be in a position to undertake? So anyone who wants to come in at this point, Eileen, would you like to say a few words, and then I'll go to the other panelists?
Well, thank you. Well, the war in Ukraine is definitely the pivotal issue, affecting not only Turkey, not only our region, but it has a very big global impact. And from the very beginning, our position was very clear-cut. This is an invasion of Russia. This is an invasion by Russia of a third country, and we cannot accept it. And the military action should be stopped. And there should be room for negotiation. There should be room for making a deal, a peace deal between the two parties. And President Erdogan's efforts were aimed at that. Yes, definitely the Ukrainian authorities, the Ukrainian people has every right to defend their country against an aggressor, for sure, and we're supporting it. Turkey is one of the most ardent supporters of the campaign of Ukraine, but at the same time, there should be definitely an opportunity for diplomats to talk. This is important. Without talk, then the weapons will continue to talk. The results of the president's and Turkey's, efforts are just here to see by everybody. The grain deal, as stated by Ambassador Yenal, is also the prisoner exchange between the two parties. So that also means that there is this, whenever diplomats talks, whenever there is negotiation, there is a positive output, definitely. And we should not lose hope on that. And we should not lose hope that at the end of the day, not tomorrow, not 1 year later, but at the end of the day, the parties will have to come together to negotiate the peace, and Turkey will be there. Either it is President Erdogan or any other government, Turkey will be there to help the parties to facilitate their talking to each other.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you very much indeed. Professor Atoli, would you like to come in on this?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Would you like to comment on this?
The policy is very important. I don't repeat, but totally we confirm, of course, the introduction of the Mr. Ambassador Yener. Turkey is a part of Balkan, historically, geographically, human development. So don't take us into consideration with Russia and China or America. It's very important. Secondly, this country has, these countries, of course, they have, mutual relations. So, we can compare it to any of the Western European entities, because Bulgarians have their minorities in old Yugoslavia today, there in Macedonia, or Greece has some minorities. There are, of course, Slovenics still and Albanian, and Turkey has minorities, Balkan minorities. I don't talk about Eastern ethnicities, and so on. Thirdly, of course, we cannot forget the educational level, Weltanschauung, and compartment of the culture are very much different. The Balkan countries, together with Iran, for example, even, they are westernized in some sense, but old cultures, and still they keep their structure.
Yes.
So, I mean, you can't talk, for example, of a nonsense. I mean, why don't you get civilized or cultivated or adopt forms of the Western
views.
civilization? No. It's funny. And this part of the world cannot be called as Southeastern Europe. Southeastern for what and for whom? I mean, this is called Balkan. If you don't like the word, then you're the Latin one, Hamus. Okay? But I mean Southeastern Europe, nonsense. It's when this part, I mean, especially the cultural influence, it's very important. You can't neglect, you can neglect it, you don't. If you do, they do it now. You look at just the structure of the universities. In this country, you have students from everywhere. But this everywhere is, again, these countries around, neighborhoods. That's what I would like to say as a pedagogue.
Thank you very much.
So the future is ours because we have our students. I have students from the Turks of Bulgaria, very well educated in their gymnasiums here, well adopted to Cyprus and the Turkish institutions, universities, even our foreign office. And there are, of course, Bulgarian, Romanians, and Greeks everywhere. So we have to follow it on the same way. This is the future, and the future is ours. Very important.
Thank you, Professor, very much. About the people and the connections between people, the interpersonal relations that we have. I have to say, thank you, Ilhan, for inviting me here. I feel very much at home in the Balkans, in Turkey, in Sofia as well. So thank you very much for that very moving statement. The future is indeed ours. Selim, to get back to peace or the hopes of peace and Turkey's potential role, also as Dimitar has mentioned in some of his pieces, in the reconstruction that inevitably has to come to the devastated country of Ukraine after this war. Some of your thoughts?
Well, I mean, with regard to this war, I never thought that I would think that I missed the Politburo. If the Politburo had existed, maybe we would be able to, contain Putin. Yeah. There's nobody to contain him anymore. He is the heart of the issue. So until he decides to end the war, unfortunately, this probably will continue. There's nobody to influence him. There's nobody to hold him back. And that's the unfortunate situation that we're facing. Even if Ukraine gains, makes progress, even wins the war, unless he's removed from power, Putin, this will go on. So this is the heart of the matter. Now, what you're asking us is, of course, if there's an opportunity for Turkey to play a role, it will play this role because it has the mediation, capability, and it has good relations with both countries. Therefore, it would be seen as a good interlocutor. But then again, afterwards, the construction. And of course, we have a lot of experience in construction, and we will probably be helping Ukraine come back together. But first of all, the war has to stop. And to stop it, we have to stop Putin. And unfortunately, there's no Politburo anymore.
Right. Thank you for that. Yeah, very realistic point of view, I have to say. Very true. Putin has to be stopped. And so, Dimitar, any response from you?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think the war is there for the long haul, unfortunately, because Putin thinks that time is on his side, and he has a greater staying power than the West. He obviously is looking at the elections in the US in 2024 and thinking he can go along with Trump administration and strike some sort of a deal. Whether it plays out like that, we don't know. But it also connects to the idea that Turkey is a mediator, because one of the talks that happened in Ankara was also between the US and Russia after the beginning of the conflict, at the level of intelligence chiefs, Narishkin and William Burns. So, I mean, there will be scope. The negotiations that happened early in March and April 2022 happened at the time when probably there was some openings. But after the massacre at Bucha and after Ukraine started making gains, I don't think Ukrainians are prepared either. So before we get to another round of negotiations, which will be in good faith, we at least have to have some sort of a stalemate.
Strength, Ukraine.
But straight, but also some sort of a stalemate. Maybe getting back to the borders of 2022, or maybe some sort of a big gain in the south now with the upcoming offensive.
Yeah.
But the point is that we are not there, and it might take months, maybe a year.
Okay, so we're coming to the end of our conversation, and I'm going to turn to all four of you wonderful panelists and ask you to answer me in a minute about if you were and you are being asked to give some advice to policymakers in Turkey, but I would also say in the European Union, what would be the 1-minute pitch that you would say to them in terms of, as you said, Professor, the future is ours? What is the 1 or 2 things that Turkey can do and the EU can do to make sure that the future is ours and the Balkans remains a very strong element of our enlargement policy?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I mean, these are the asylum countries for each other. The political structures and very fragile life of democracy in both countries change sometimes the people from one side to another one, except population pressure and population exchange, especially after First World War and Second World War. There is also a kind of cultural and economic migration and asylum migration. That's very important. Certainly, if you have this kind of mentality, that's the first thing. The second one is, of course, I mean, the history and the present itself, I mean. We have our change, cultural change, and we have our economic exchange. The daily life is deeply influenced by this economic change. Nobody in Germany feels the influence of Turkish economy in this country or in America. But in Bulgaria, one feels, I mean, the influence of Turkey. And in Turkey, you feel, I mean, any type of, I mean, influence of Bulgarians in Charsha, marketplace, or in agriculture. That's very important. The agricultural structure of Turkey is deeply influenced by the agricultural training and education of Bulgaria.
Okay.
The so-called Dorf village institutes. These are the famous educational reform of Turkey in 1930s. And the source is the Stamboliski, Bulgaria, because the leader of this movement in Turkey is a migrant from Bulgaria. And secondly, I mean, you have the education of the rural proletariat. That's again Bulgarian influence. And on the other hand, sometimes you have some kind of arts. These are sourced from Turkey to another Balkan countries. Our daily life is that runs on that way. I think this is more important than any kind of Marshall Aid program or any kind of Soviet investments in Egypt or that type of. Yeah, you have the people, I mean, who live together. That's important.
Yeah, thank you.
And if you have that, I mean, you have to be together. That's all. I mean, you have, I mean, the leader of Turkey, he spent 1 year of his life here. I mean, influenced by Bulgarian opera, not Paris. Bulgarian opera, but this is the best.
Right.
The best. The best. And then he influenced Iran. Reza Shah did the same in there.
Right.
And then they wonder how orchestras, etc.
Thank you.
You had, for example, a man, who followed the Bulgarian example of public education, to Aprilov. And that had been applied then here and even in Russia, among the Russian Turks.
Professor, I do have to stop you now. Because this is...
So sorry for taking the time.
No, on the contrary, I want to go to your university lectures and learn from you. I will sit on the floor and...
Come take a cup of coffee.
I
This is
will.
the way of life.
No, absolutely. I am extremely touched and I'm extremely grateful for you to make these points about the importance of people's connections. Let me just go back very quickly to the panelists to give me the 30 seconds or 60 seconds looking ahead, and then I will wrap up the session. Thank you.
You know,
Eileen.
there is this saying among us Turkish diplomats, being a Turk is difficult. Being a Turkish diplomat is even more difficult, You have to keep digging, keep working, and then at the end of the day, you are the one easily being discriminated against and, isolated, or ignored, This is our, so to speak, a kind of, curse, so to speak. But, of course, my advice, not to the foreign policy makers, but to the younger generations of the diplomats, Turkish diplomats, keep working, never disillusioned. Never lose faith in our common destiny with Europe, with the Western institutions. This is where our future lies, definitely.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Selim, 30 seconds from you.
Well, I'd like to say that with regard to your question, the EU is facing a dilemma with regard to enlargement. Because the first enlargement was 50 years ago, and the last enlargement was 10 years ago. And it seems that we won't see any enlargement for a long, long time. Because the EU is having a trouble with regard to deciding on how to enlarge. Therefore, I think they have to change their structures. The EU has to change its structures with regard to how to manage these 10 potential candidates. So there should be different kinds of memberships. Right now, you're either a member or you're not. There's nothing in between. So to accommodate those new candidates, there has to be a change of the structures, maybe slower integration. But for that to happen, you have to change the treaties. And the treaties are difficult to change because you might go to a referendum. But nevertheless, the EU has to address this issue to accommodate not only the Balkans, and I'm not going to say Western Balkans, because I agree with the professor that this is a creation of the EU, this Western Balkans language, but to accommodate the Balkans, Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, and as well as Turkey. They have to find a solution to do that. And the European political community, which we haven't talked about, is not the solution.
Right. Thank you for that, indeed. Very strong point there as well. Dimitar?
So you asked us to give prescriptions. What can
30
be done?
seconds only.
I'll make one, and I realize it's very arrogant to give prescriptions to other countries, given that Bulgaria's democratic
That's what we're
record
here
is
for.
not great.
Yeah.
But if there is to be progress between Turkey and the EU, there should be democratic reform in Turkey. There are several judgments by the European Court of Human Rights. Some people have to be freed from jail, including Osman Kavala. If that happens, I think there will be progress on many issues. So I hope to see a Turkey which is more open.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed to all my 4 panelists. I've learned a lot. My advice is, Ilhan knows my advice, keep talking.
Yes.
There's nothing like keeping talking and keeping in mind that our ultimate aim is, as Professor has said, is the people, is humanity. We're all part of one planet, and this divide, us and them, I think really is bringing us real trouble and real problems. We're seeing it now in Russia and Ukraine. So thank you again, Ilhan, for inviting me here. It's been a pleasure to be with all of you, and let's say thank you to all of you again, and let's do it.
Geçmiş olsun.
Bitti.
Извинявам се, но има още един панел и след него ще започне обяда. Така...
We have yet another panel before our lunch break.
Само, че не знам как ще ги съберете сега. Скъпи гости, ще започнем в 13:40 следващия панел. В момента тече кратка пауза.
Start. 1, 2, 3. We have some. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's hard to start a discussion after the lunch break. However, I hope you had a great meal. And please stay focused because this discussion will be very, very interesting. My name is Anna Maria Konova. I'm a TV host and journalist from Nova TV, and it's a pleasure for me to be here with all of you. Before to introduce my outstanding panel, let me give a short introduction to the topic. 50 years after the EU's first round of enlargement, the countries from the southeastern Balkan region have shown that they play a crucial and important role in security and development in the Union. So focusing in our region, especially in partnership between Bulgaria, Greece and Romania, we will try to outline the most important areas of cooperation and of course how this cooperation can be enhanced with concrete examples and initiatives and of course the challenges through this path. Now I'm happy to host my 6 participants. They are great experts in different fields. I will start with the lady, the Ambassador Biserka Benisheva. She is Director of European Affairs of PANO Europa, advisor to the Parliamentary Committee on EU Matters. After 38 years of diplomatic service, she retired but continues to work on raising public awareness, sharing her expertise and knowledge through the next generation. The Ambassador Adrian Davidoiu has been a diplomat since 1997. He has been appointed in October 2022 by Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania as special representative for the Western Balkans with residence in Belgrade, so he knows the region very well. Mr. George Kremlis is an honorary director of the European Commission with a career spanning over 30 years. He was until recently special advisor to the Greek Prime Minister on energy, climate, environment and circular economy issues. Professor Leander Litov, he is a board member, Southeast European Institute for Sustainable Technology. Since 1990, he has been teaching at the University of Sofia, St. Clement Ohridski, where he lectured in the field of quantum physics and physics of elementary particles. Mr. Matt Boyce, he is an adjunct fellow with Hudson Institute Center on Europe and Eurasia, specializing in Central Europe. He is also an adjunct lecturer at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, George Washington, and American University. And last but not least, Mr. Thorsten Geisler. He is a German law and political expert who served as the head of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Bulgaria, based in Sofia between 2016 and 2022. Since 2022, he is a member of the honorary board of directors of Atlantic Club. So these are my panelists today, and I'm giving the speech to Ambassador Adrian Davidoiu for keynote address. Mr. Davidoiu.
Thank you very much, and I do really appreciate the invitation that I got here, the kind invitation, and I would like to convey my greetings to everybody around, to the officials as well as the public. So I think this forum has the potential of becoming a relevant meeting point of ideas in our region. So basically, I will just briefly try to point out some of the issues that I found of interest from the perspective of our countries and from the perspective of the Western Balkan countries, and I'm referring to this space. Romania, even if geographically is not necessarily a Western Balkan country, but being on the other side of the Danube and being a Carpathian country, as a matter of instance, has had an intricate web of relations with the region throughout its history, and the connections are very strong indeed, and we intend to diversify and intensify them further. So basically, as we see it, particularly in the context of the terrible developments on our eastern border, we noticed that something that was quite relevant, and King Simeon told yesterday evening this, that peace is a necessity. And peace is definitely a necessity in our region. It's no longer a geopolitical concept or a historical concept. Basically, it's a reality issue that has to deal with the lives of everybody around, everybody affected. And in this context, I will also have a look at the Western Balkans, which unfortunately are a fragile region, a region where tensions are subsidizing under the surface sometimes, but go open in some instances. And definitely this volatile region needs more and more our attention. And Romania is really interested, alongside our partners in the EU and NATO, to pursue further constructive demarches in relation to this region. So basically, I would think that we should say that getting the Western Balkans in European and Euro-Atlantic structure is and should be a win-win game, because otherwise it will be a lose-lose game on all counts. And just simply to put it, from behalf on the perspective of the Union will gain not only an increased security in a region that is by excellence European, security stability in a region that is an integral part of Europe, will also benefit from the demographics of the new countries, from their internal market, will add to its capacity of becoming a more relevant regional and global player, as it likes to be. These countries are also determined by their geography. So there were a lot of discussions throughout the region about potential choices of these countries. The fact is that the strategic choice of them is within the European Union. There are some other attempts, there are some other conjunctural attitudes that can be taken. There are transactional issues. There are some third-party actors that are interfering one way or another in the region, but the region as such, and the countries in the region, cannot go that inevitably within the European Union. It's their destiny, it's their geographical destiny, and it cannot be changed. And it's their geographical destiny to make the Europe free and whole as it once was the concept and the vision of this Europe. So basically, it's a win-win situation or it should be a win-win situation for everybody, but we have to acknowledge the difficulty of this process, and we have to acknowledge the sensitivities of this process. First of all, the European Union is a mechanism, is an institutional mechanism that has a lot of complexity inside. And the Western Balkan countries have to realize that the integration process is definitely a long process, and it's a transformational process. These countries look mainly at the outcome of the process, but they should look even more at the development of the process aside, the gradual development. Romania have been through with Bulgaria in this process quite recently, and that's why our experience, together with the Greek experience, which is a more structured member of the European Union, a long-standing member of the European Union, is very relevant. So we've been through this process, and we noticed its transformative paradigm that encompasses basically all the layers of the society, of the economy. Even people-to-people relationship and contact have been changed during this process. And lately, we found out that the transformation we've been through, even some painful sometimes, have been beneficial on a larger scale for everybody, for the interrelationship within our society and for interrelating with the people in Europe and around us. So this is a very important aspect that people should understand. The other thing is that the commitment. The European Union has made strong commitments to the Western Balkans, even if we have faced quite a large period of uncertainty and of disenfranchisement for these people. We have, from 2003, the Thessaloniki Agenda that set up this process. We had some advances, some limited advances, and then it was a stalemate. We have countries that have advanced on different paths with different rhythms within this process, countries that have been stopped or even set back in this process. And this is an unfortunate development, but I can say now that in the new geopolitical paradigm, that was a game, basically it's not only a game changer, I would say it's a game breaker for everybody in this room, and for all of us in Europe, and not only in Europe. The EU has shown in the last year or so the fact that it has a keen interest of further advancing and further developing the integrative processes in the region. And we have concrete signs from granting the candidate status to some countries, from starting the accession negotiations, from the revitalization of the Berlin Agreement with some concrete results that are going to benefit all the countries in the region. So all these definitely are extremely important, but we have to do more. I think we have to do more at least on 2 or 3 layers. First of all is the layer of strategic communication and the layer of political communication. I think at the level of the EU should be more focused and should be more engaged in providing for these countries a very clear perspective. And then we have to be innovative in using some instruments, like Commissioner Vajeli was mentioning earlier, some instruments of maintaining the focus of these countries in the necessary and painful sometimes reform processes. We have to give them incentives and we have to reward definitely them, but also to make them understand that the process is a matter also of ownership. If they don't manage to get ownership of the process, which unfortunately is not very clear in these countries, it will be very difficult for all of us. Okay. The other issue is the regional cooperation. And regional cooperation is extremely important, and this is where our countries could really play a role, because we managed to develop our cooperation. So there are a vast web of international and regional organism and cooperation mechanisms, starting with RCC, with ICA, and several others, in which most of the countries are members. We have to make benefit of this in order to try to make the best use of the direct regional cooperation mechanism. And we have a case in study, the Berlin process, in this case, we prove beneficial for all. And we have even the Open Balkans that provide some initiatives, of course, with the condition it could provide further space for development if it will be inclusive, it will be more transparent, and it will not be perceived as a sort of imposition on the others. The other, and an extremely important thing, and I think that our country should work together, is the connectivity. The interest of Romania is to increase the connectivity. The connectivity is actually means the lines that are going to unite all the region and the region with its exterior. And there are many steps in this process that are already done. In Bulgaria, for instance, and Greece are very active in terms of pipelines, in terms of gasoducts, and in terms of Romania is also trying to complete its gasoduct to Serbia. Romania is also trying to enhance its participation in the Trans-Balkan Energy Network. The railways, the strategic communications, the road communication is extremely important as well in order to make this region benefit from the interconnectivity of all the others, and this will be actually a concrete sign of integration, of European integration of this region, and it could be also our support, and it could be beneficial for us and for our companies as well. So, and I will briefly refer also to the security dimension, which is also extremely relevant, and we can see also that even in this context, the Balkans is under a sort of very wide and very broad Euro-Atlantic security umbrella. We see that we have many NATO partners within the region. We have also in some parts of the region, we have troops and we have a military presence and the intensified military presence that helps to stabilize the region. It is very important. So this increasing the cooperation, the military cooperation, the DCB, the defense capacity building of this country, and there are some programs in this respect and we are willing to continue to support them, I think it will be also extremely useful. So basically, these are some points that I would simply like to highlight, and then further on, looking forward for your comments.
Ambassador Benisheva, you heard very well what Mr. Davidoiu said. In your opinion, what can be done for further cooperation?
Well, thank you very much. And I want to thank Ambassador Davidoiu for outlining the importance, the transformative power of membership in the European Union, how we wish to share it with the rest of our neighbors. On my part, I would like to communicate today, to avail of this opportunity, to communicate an initiative designed by Bulgarian diplomats and experts belonging to the non-governmental sector. The initiative is for a trilateral partnership between Bulgaria, Greece, and Romania. Trilateral partnership platform to jointly address shared economic, political, and security challenges. This initiative upgrades and updates and packs ideas which were floating on the Balkans during the 90s, from mid-90s, and of course completely different historic and geopolitical circumstances. Today, the three countries are members of the European Union and NATO. There are regular trilateral meetings at the level of deputy ministers of foreign affairs, which focus on exchange of views and positions on topical issues, including on regional cooperation and how we can assist the integration process of the Western Balkans. However, these trilateral meetings are limited to identifying converging views, and that is not enough for genuine and deeper integration. Recent geopolitical developments, the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the multiple crises on global level, pose security risks which would be better addressed from regional rather than national angle. To this effect, our proposal is to launch an intergovernmental agreement based on shared principles and values, and such an approach would be a timely response to the need for enhanced cooperation. Partnership platforms would be established progressively, starting with the economic dimension and upgraded by security and defense. The main objectives under the initiative, a kind of roadmap we are proposing, is to start by defining overlapping priorities. Energy security, bridging connectivity gaps in all respects, gas, oil, electricity, transport infrastructure, expanding supply chains, joint initiatives for future rehabilitation of Ukraine, just to mention a few. Next step would be to combine efforts in resolving urgent problems of regional or cross-border nature. Then to coordinate convergent positions and to develop projects of regional dimension to consolidate resilience in areas of shared interest. The three countries, members of the EU, represent a combined market of almost 40 million consumers, ranking 6th EU regional market, launching joint tenders for service delivery in regulated areas like telecoms, big infrastructure projects, energy, financial services, will be more beneficial both for the consumers and contractors, and will motivate new and bigger EU contractors to compete. Industrial alliances and cross-border cooperation are self-evident items on the platform agenda. On European level, there are numerous models for industrial alliances and joint procurement as tools to facilitate stronger cooperation. Migration issues, they deserve a separate chapter in view of the dynamics on the East Mediterranean and Balkan route. Regular trilateral consultations before EU and NATO summits, aimed at coordinated positions within the Union and NATO could be next stage of evolving partnerships. The initiative for deeper integration will be open to other willing states in the Balkans, the Black Sea, the Mediterranean region. The initial formal requirement will be membership of the European Union and/or NATO. Best practices could be borrowed from existing regional formats in the European Union based on geographical proximity, such as the Benelux, the Nordic cooperation, Visegrad, the Baltic cooperation. We can also borrow some examples and models from the Élysée Treaty between France and Germany, the Quirinale Treaty between France and Italy. Synergies with the Three Seas initiatives would be added value, in particular regarding north-south connectivity. Outlining the concept of such an initiative, we believe that deeper integration, a pillar of the European Union and NATO, will be beneficial for the participating countries, for the region of Southeast Europe, and for the EU as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a good point to discuss. Mr. Kremlis, you heard Ambassador Benisheva. She mentioned geopolitical situation and the war in Ukraine. And you know maybe very well that energy supplies were the main issue for the EU and the Balkans countries after the war started. What can be done for energy security in the region?
Thank you, Ms. Konova. I would like to say a few words as regards the initiative presented by Ambassador Benisheva. It hasn't been yet discussed at government level. It is an initiative triggered by experts in Bulgaria. Personally, I find it extremely interesting, and I had the chance to discuss it with Solomon Passi in the past, and I do believe that there are good chances for this initiative
This is a good step, you say.
to be discussed at the level of our governments. So this was my first remark. The second is that we are the three member states in the region. We are neighboring, and we are in reality the corridor to Ukraine. So I make immediately the introduction with Ukraine, because currently we are talking about the Solidarity Corridor, which is north-south and south-north. This can become an institutional corridor, and in that respect, I would like to refer to a very important project that we are currently discussing with Bulgaria, and on which we would like Romania to be on board. This is the Sea Mare to Sea Mare, in the Latin or Italian wording, a project connecting the port of Thessaloniki with the port of Kavala, Alexandroupolis, Burgas, Varna, Russe, Constanta, and Odessa. This is the major qualitative element, the connection with Ukraine, as the big challenge in the future will be the reconstruction of Ukraine. And meanwhile, we will need to keep this corridor open, not only as a solidarity corridor, but also as an operational corridor for the needs of Ukraine, but also for the needs of our own countries. And in that respect, it is also important to develop the motorways network. Commissioner Verheul of the enlargement had referred to the need to develop trans-European networks. This needs to be developed in our three countries and then to the Western Balkans. Greece is in favor of the European perspective of the Western Balkans under the Copenhagen criteria. We are fully supporting it. We are also in favor of the accession of Turkey under the, I repeat myself, the Copenhagen criteria. And in that respect, leading the process in the region from three member states of the European Union, which can also trigger not only the support of the Union, but also international support in the region, as the reconstruction of Ukraine currently is estimated up to $600 billion or euros. And the more the war will continue, the more this amount will increase. And at the end of the day, this Marshall Plan, I put this in inverted commas too, will have to be paid by somebody, and in that respect, the European Union will be most likely an important contributor. Therefore, it is extremely important to ensure that through our cooperation, we will open the doors and we will build a corridor which will serve the reconstruction needs of Ukraine, which will serve our own countries, because the ambassador had referred to the connectivity. Connectivity is extremely important. And I would like to argue in favor of 5 bridges on the Danube. Not 2, 5 bridges on the Danube to connect Bulgaria with Romania. It is extremely important because those bridges will not be only your bridges, Bulgarian and Romanian. It will be also Greek bridges. It will be also bridges of the Western Balkans, bridges of Ukraine. And in that respect, it is extremely important to use them. I would like to refer also to the Struma motorway. This lot within Kresna needs to be completed. This is the Trans-European network, which needs to be there, and this motorway is extremely important. And in that respect, the railway connection between Thessaloniki and Sofia, and then up to Bucharest, because railways are green ways of transport. We need them, we need to promote them, and this is why C2C is extremely important. And I would like to say, in conclusion to what it was said, that the challenges in our region and in our 3 countries are extremely important. We have the climate crisis, we have the energy crisis, we have the migration crisis, an orchestrated, in some cases, migration crisis, and we will have a climate migration because of the climate crisis and of the wars happening in other parts of the world and all the phenomena. Therefore, having a vertical cooperation among our countries, which will become also horizontal towards the Western Balkans, will ensure that this region of the European Union, because we hope that the European Union neighborhood will be there, will benefit from a real connection in terms of economic, social, and the territorial cohesion.
How far are we from this project to realize it? Maybe Mr. Davidoiu and Mr. Mrs. Benishvili.
The C2C project, and I'm happy to say this because on Sunday we have elections in Greece. This is the period of elections in our neighborhood. With the caretaker government, we are working very closely in Bulgaria, and President Radev is taking a personal interest on those projects. And the good thing is that once these projects are agreed, they will be projects driven by the private sector or as PPPs. And in that case, you don't need the government, because when the private sector is there and you have the institutional framework and the political agreement which was given, then the projects can go ahead on their own. And allow me probably a very last quick remark. I was for a very long time of my life in the European Union. The previous big enlargement was enlarging without deepening. I do believe that now we can combine deepening with enlarging, because before it was enlarging versus deepening. Yeah. It shouldn't be versus. It is hand in hand, because we need the new candidate countries, I mean, the new members of the family, to be together with us to agree on how our future house will look like. And it's better, before taking them on board, to agree all of us together, how do we want this new Europe to be. Therefore, deepening with enlarging is extremely important, and in this deepening, which means that we need to review the treaties with an intergovernmental conference, we need to foresee an energy union. We need to foresee a defense union. We need to foresee a full migration policy. We need to foresee a full-scale climate policy. There are important things which need to be done. I stop there because I have opened a lot of windows.
Yes. Would you like to add something to this point?
No, I just want to express gratitude for enriching our concept to our colleagues from Greece. Hopefully, governments will listen to us.
Mr. Davidovic?
Yeah, thank you. Definitely deepening and further reforming the European Union is a necessity. We have to be aware of the complexity of such process, indeed, particularly in the current circumstances. And on the other hand, definitely connectivity is a key element. Connectivity could also bring aboard all the elements that are relevant in the new era, that starting from resilience to cyber, to the green agenda, to the circular economy. So alongside this, I think it's important to work together, and we are definitely interested of working with you in this respect and to hear more about this port project, because it's quite important. The biggest port in the Black Sea is Romanian port, is Constanța, and we have importance of it.
And we need Bulgaria in Schengen, because Bulgaria is ready to be part of Schengen.
We know that Greece is very supportive to us.
Yes, and we are supporting you. We support also Romania if they want to be in Schengen. But to have this corridor and to open our borders, we need all three of us to be in Schengen.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
We hope this will happen soon. Mr. Davidovic,
For
what
Bulgaria,
are the chances?
For Bulgaria, it will happen soon.
I think definitely for us this is a non-issue. So we have completed all the requirements, both political and technical, in respect to Schengen long ago. So definitely we do expect a positive position that is due by the European Union.
We're still waiting for this. So we heard that the economy is very important, energy issues, but what about the science, Mr. Litov?
Yes, thank you. But first of all, let me thank the organizers of this meeting for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to present in front of you a project which is very much in line actually with the goals of this conference and what was discussed up to now. This is simply a realization of all this idea and on which we are working now. So we are going to establish an international intergovernmental scientific organization which is called currently Southeast European Institute for Sustainable Technologies in the region of Southeast Europe. So the idea of CES is both to develop new opportunities for cutting-edge research and technology for the benefit of the region and to help the building of mutual trust, as can be successfully demonstrated in the cases of other international scientific laboratories like European Center for Nuclear Research, CERN in Europe, or CESAME in Middle East. So the CES is based on the Declaration of Intent which was signed in October 2017 by Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia and Slovenia at a ministerial meeting held at CERN. Croatia declared its interest in the project but postponed a final decision for a referendum.
Why?
Greece, so they are thinking, and they are still thinking, by the way. Greece was very interested in the project, but they took the status of observer at this moment. Then we have a second document which is called which is called cooperation, memorandum of cooperation, which, by the way, was initiated by the Bulgarian President Rumen Radev. And it was signed by 6 prime ministers, namely Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Kosovo, Montenegro, and North Macedonia, at the summit of Berlin process in Poznan, in Poland. It was accepted from the very beginning of this idea that the main financial resources would have to come from the European Union. So the original proposal was only made after a consultation with the European Commission, and the Commission actually was the first to ensure the initial support for the project by funding the first design phase by €1 million grant. So Switzerland also is part of the project as an observer, and Swiss Federal Department for Foreign Affairs is helping significantly in the moderation of all politically sensitive questions which you should decide in the process of realization of this project. The project aims to build a high-tech research center which would enable the scientists from the region, but not only also the scientists from Europe, to conduct cutting-edge research and to treat cancer patients using the most effective methods which exist now. The research infrastructure will include a powerful accelerator which will provide protons and ion beams for treatment of tumors and for biomedical research. The center will comprise 3 treatment rooms for patients and 2 big halls, experimental halls. We plan to treat more than 400 patients per year.
Where will be situated, this center?
I'll come to this question. Actually, this is not decided yet. Good. And also we have a very large scientific program, including development of new protocols and new methods using beams to treat tumors. Also to combine radiotherapy with immunological approach to treat cancer. Also, we are considering the possibility to develop many applications in the field what is called medical physics, so physics applications in the field of medicine and biology. We plan also to investigate the properties to create and investigate new materials and to investigate their properties, and also we plan partially part of this complex will produce radioactive isotopes which will be used for diagnosis and treatment of cancer. Objectives of the projects are to promote cooperation between science, technology and industry. This is the first point. To provide platform for development of education and educational programs. To ensure and to help the transfer of technologies from leading European laboratories like CERN and others in the countries of the region. To form research, of course, to mitigate the tensions between countries of the region, and also to build a research nuclei, and as a consequence, to influence significantly the brain drain from the region. The project is completing its preparatory phase currently, so we are preparing the documents needed for the establishment of this institute, and hopefully till the end of the year they will be signed by the government.
By this year, 2020?
Yes, yeah, by this year, 2020.
From the Bulgarian government or?
Not only. So we have, currently we have 9 countries participating in this project. So, and we hope that all of them will continue to support the project and will sign these documents. A few words about the cost. Actually, the construction, design, construction and commissioning of the project will cost around 260 million euro. When we come to the running phase of the project, and we hope that we will run this infrastructure as a minimum 30 years, so we will need something like 18 million per year. Out of them, 9 are expected to come in the form of income from the treatment of cancer patients, and the rest should be paid by the member states as a membership fee. This is more or less standard procedure. The technical design, construction and commissioning will require, let us say, additional 8 years from now. And we do expect to treat the first patients somewhere in the region of 2030, 2031. Now, your question about the site. Site is not selected. Actually, what we did, we have established 2 working groups. One was supposed to prepare the legal framework for the registration of the institute. This work is practically done. They are ready with the final version of the document. And now we are working on the organization of the signature of this document. And the second working group was supposed to define the requirements for the site, technical, economical, scientific, and so on, and also the procedure for selection. So we do expect to have the final version of this document in June this year. in September to approve it and to open a call for the candidates to host the infrastructure end of the year, before the end of the year, most probably
why
in
this
December.
project is so important?
I already mentioned, let us say, because this, here we are in a meeting which is a diplomatic,
a big problem,
so this is usually called science diplomacy. And because we are living in a really very, how to say, difficult times, and especially with this war in Ukraine, we have to remember, actually this is a strategic project, this is the first point, and the second, we have to remember a very simple thing, that sooner or later any war is finishing. Once it's finished, then you should start again to restore the normal relations between countries and normal way of work, together with have normal economical connections and so on. And this means that even during such a difficult times, you should keep, if it is possible, the bridges, because after that we will definitely need bridges. And the science actually is the field in which is probably the easiest way to keep these bridges alive and connections, yes, even in difficult times. It was proven, so to say. And another very important thing, by the way, which I should mention, so we are going to apply what is called proton therapy, okay? And this is the most effective way to treat cancer, especially in the cases when we have tumors which are nearby sensitive organs, or especially for tumors which are pediatric tumors. And in the region, it means starting from Vienna to Moscow, southwest, west, and starting from the North Sea to South Africa, there is no single center of this type. So practically, for the people from the region, this method of treatment of tumor is not accessible.
We definitely need such.
So it's a white spot on the map, unfortunately.
Thank you for now. Mr. Boyce, we have a lot of examples of tight cooperation between member states from Central Europe, as Visegrad, for example. What are the advantages of such regional cooperation, and why we should structure the dialogue?
But before I answer your very good question, I would just take 1 second, if you don't mind, to sort of talk about the moment we're in. Because the Black Sea region is at a bit of a crossroads. I mean, you have a war raging not that far away, and Bulgaria, Romania are really at the front lines of this. You have on the one side you have freedom, growing prosperity. You have democracy. You have peace. Some important things and some things really going for you. And then on the other side, you have this aggressive, revanchist, revisionist, almost dystopian kind of dictatorship, and it's so very close. And it's a time when the results of this, or the outcomes of this, will reverberate far beyond the Black Sea region, and they will affect regional cooperation, but they'll also reverberate far beyond that, and these are the things we really have to be aware of in terms of what's at stake here. You have this, and of course, they're also very closely linked to another long-term challenge, which is the challenge of the Communist Party of China, which is out there, a major challenge is looming, and they're linked. And in fact, I don't know if you saw yesterday, the Czech president, Pavel, at the Denmark, the Copenhagen Democracy Summit, he said that China is not seeking equal cooperation with equal partners, but global domination. Now, we've in the run-up to this war, leaders from Central and Eastern Europe were warning, warning everyone who would listen that there was a problem to the east, and we didn't listen. And I think, or many people didn't listen. And I think, we should listen to the people of Central Europe, because the people who live along, and I'm using the term a little bit more broadly here, Central Eastern Europe, because they know this area so well. And so this is really important. And since we're in Sofia, this is also one of those pivotal moments for your country. You have recent elections, and you're trying to form a government. You've had 5 elections in the last 2 years. It's the sort of time when the friends of Bulgaria are really hoping this time it'll work out, because there's just so much going on here, so much fascinating and important stuff going on here, and we're just you've got a Euro-Atlantic majority that could form a government if they can put aside their differences. That would continue a lot of very positive trends and make also probably regional cooperation possibly more easier. You also have things like where were we? I mean, but if this were a muddled outcome, then you'd have sort of all this momentum, all this progress that has been going on for rather nicely would probably change. But anyway, so that's we're just crossing our fingers and hoping that this will turn out well this time. Because if it doesn't, the trilateral theme of this panel will probably be a little bit different, and in terms of maybe the outcomes might be a little bit less productive or less visible. But but your question is interesting, because I mean these regional groupings that I was working with in my last assignment in the State Department were very they have a lot of potential, but they also have some downsides. For example, if you look at the Visegrad 4, this was formed as a lobby for NATO and EU membership, and it was, in that sense, it was quite successful. But now with the war has basically made it much less functional than it was, because of differences between the various countries vis-a-vis this war. And so external political factors intrude upon the functioning of some of these regional fora. That otherwise they're very successful. I mean, the Weimar Triangle, I must say, also has not really been, it's sort of atrophied because of the kind of the differences between the Polish government and the German government on the war inter alia. So these regional, and you have the Slavkov 3 now, which is this other kind of format, which between the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Austria, which had sort of like now that's become more important, because those countries can agree on they sort of look at the world in many respects in similar ways, and so these regional formats are actually they have a lot of potential, but then they also have. Politics can get in the way, and then reduce their effectiveness, and then they exist on paper and they don't do all that much else. But somebody mentioned the 3 Cs initiative, and since my last job in the Foreign Service was as the 3 Cs Sherpa inter alia, I did a lot of things. The 3 Cs initiative is actually also one of those interesting regional groupings, which has a huge amount of potential. It has 12 countries that and we've been talking about north-south infrastructure and that sort of thing. Highly, very, very necessary, very enormous potential. But yet this initiative hasn't quite. It's slowing down in this momentum. Some of the member states are looking at it. They look at it through the prism of roads and bridges and railroads and that sort of thing, which is all absolutely necessary and totally fine, etc. But those are huge projects that cost a vast amount of money, and those tend to be financed by governments, or the EU or national governments or whatever. And the real money out there that's available for infrastructure is in the private sector. All the pension funds, the institutional investors. I mean, all that. I mean, there are billions and billions of dollars circulating, or euros or whatever, circulating around the globe every day, looking for places to land. And they should really be landing here. Large amounts of that, they should be landing in Central and Eastern Europe, in the Three Seas countries. But it hasn't happened as the Three Seas leadership has envisaged. It hasn't lived up to its potential in that respect, partially because some of the governments involved have been a little bit lukewarm, and there are other reasons as well. But the point is that this is an enormous amount of potential, and but if it weren't only looked at through the prism of roads, bridges, railroads, etc., canals, I mean, the really, really expensive stuff that takes years and years and years to produce, but data centers and energy. And this sort of thing, because that is also infrastructure, and that belongs to the 21st century economy as well. And so it's not just the sort of the more typical infrastructure that people think about. So I would just I would love to see more buy-in from some of the Three Seas member states. I mean, Bulgaria hosted a wonderful summit in 2 years ago, my last time in Sofia, and I mean Romania is doing hosted one in 2018 and is hosting one again in just a few months. So there's some leadership in part of the Three Seas, but it's not in all of the member states, and so it would be great to see a lot sort of. In fact, even my own government is not quite as enthusiastic as the previous one was, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But anyway, the point is just that this has enormous potential, because once governments really sort of signal their buy-in and build confidence, then the private sector will. This is such an attractive place to invest that you would expect the private capital to follow, which is where the real money is.
Thank you for now. Then to Mr. Geisler, you spent the last 6 years in Bulgaria. You were in Bucharest as well, so you know the region very well. What are the challenges here, and what is your opinion from everything that you heard?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. Before I answer your question, let me make a few remarks on the first complex issue that we are discussing, and that is the European perspective of the Western Balkans. And I think the European Union has affirmed more than once that the future of the Western Balkans is in the European Union, without mentioning the word enlargement and giving a fixed date. But if this wants to be a credible statement, we have to, give them a real perspective. And at the moment, we have heard that this morning, there is frustration because these countries have been in the waiting line for a long time. On the other hand, in Europe, if you say it's in our best interest to let them in because of geostrategic and geopolitical reasons, well, there's also a but. What if we let them in despite the fact that they don't meet the full standards? We are a union of values. We want to live under the rule of law, and we do not only want to have democracy in the constitution, we want to have free and open societies. And we know that there are problems in this context in the region. We do not talk about the problems and ignore them. The results will be frustrating. So I was very pleased this morning that the ambassador of North Macedonia came up with a very pragmatic proposal. Why don't you give us an observer status? At the moment, it's either out or in. You get pre-accession aid if you are not in, but you're not integrated in the structures. And I think it is a good idea to give them a place at the table in Brussels, where they can mention the points that are of concern for them, and we can tell them what we expect from them. I also had the impression that during the years in which the Commission did not want enlargement, I was in charge of rule of law regional rule of law program, that we could have made as Europeans more efforts. We could have given them more support. And so, I mean, this is the crucial sector. So we must have a realistic assessment what has been reached, progress has been made, but where is progress yet to be made? And I think then we can also, if we give them more aid, give them a more concrete perspective. But step by step, why not integration into structures without giving them full membership and voting rights? Second point is I'm still fascinated by the idea of having a closer cooperation between Romania and Bulgaria and Greece. I lived in Romania for 5 happy years. I've lived in this country for 7 years. I never lived in Greece, but I like the country very much. I was there very often. And during all the years I lived in Romania, I suffered by the disinterest of many Romanians in the neighboring countries. And since I've been living in Bulgaria, I'm suffering by the disinterest that Bulgarians have in their neighbor countries. And the potential is immense. I mean, it was a visionary decision in August 1995, 5 or 6 years after the start of the transformation, to agree on a formal trilateral cooperation between Romania and Bulgaria, trilaterala, they call it in Romania. And it mentions all the aspects that need to be addressed. Political consultation, economic cooperation, regional stability, fighting cross-border crime, human trafficking, organized crime, illegal migration. So there have been political consultations in them, regularly, sometimes spontaneously. Okay, wonderful, that's great. But I think if you want to have a successful cooperation, you need to agree on common interests. You have to share them, otherwise it will not work. And you have to agree on common projects. So you have to write a strategy, and it should be a realistic one. It does not make any sense to write up a wish list of 100 projects. There is no Santa Claus who will give us the funding for that. But a realistic, concrete, step-by-step agenda. And that would be my second point. I would suggest to the 3 countries, task your ministries set up lists where there could be common interests. Some brilliant ideas have already been mentioned today during this panel. And then have consultations and then agree on a concrete strategy. It was so much more difficult in the 90s. There was no electronic communication. There were no video conferences. There was the language barrier, which was much higher at that time. Today, there is no longer a language barrier. We can all agree on English as a common language. We can have video conferences, so these nice but cost-expensive journeys are no longer possible. All we need is the political will and, of course, a realistic vision. And then I think this region has a fantastic potential which just needs to be exploited.
Thank you so much. We really hope that this, because our time is running out, now you have a chance for final words. I know that Mr. Litov wants to add something.
Okay, so the question was actually, how do we want to see the region?
Yeah.
And
in the next 10 years, for example.
Yes, I think with 3 words only, we can describe this unified, peaceful, and prospering. And I would like to add one more thing, because you're discussing Bulgaria, Greece, and Romania. Concerning our project, actually Greece decided to join as a full member the project in 2021, and nowadays is one of the most active countries actually in the project. This is the first point, and the second is that Romania also, so we are now discussing to extend a little bit the project with, let us say, Hungary, Romania, and Turkey. And I was just 2 weeks ago in Romania, and Romanian colleagues are extremely strongly interested in this project, so we are in the process of discussion.
Great to hear.
Towards this unification. Actually.
Mr. Kremlis, how would you like to see the region in the next 10 years?
I would like to see a reinforced cooperation between the 3 countries in the region, which will benefit also to the other neighboring countries in their European Union perspective capacity. And I would like to add in that respect, because I didn't have the time to mention the energy dimension. In reality, there is a hybrid energy union between Greece and Bulgaria, because in Greece we have the TAP pipeline. IGB is the vertical pipeline bringing the Azeri gas that comes through TAP to Bulgaria. TAP will be extended, and now we will double the capacity of IGB. And on the top of that, as you know, both in the first energy crisis following the incidents with Ukraine before the war, we have supported through the Revithousa, Bulgaria with gas. We have done it also through DEPA and DESFA successfully this time. And I believe that our cooperation is very successful because the FSRU, which is the floating LNG plant, is the plant where Bulgartransgaz is also a partner. Therefore, we are developing a stronger cooperation on all the energy issues. In Shiren, there is a possibility to stock gas. We can develop together carbon capture storage. We are buying nuclear energy from you. We can support renewables in terms of joint, let's say, ideas and projects. And I like a lot the idea that we can tender new mega projects in the future. I mean, I have referred to mega projects, which are important. And moreover, this pipeline, the IGB, has a leg which goes to North Macedonia, and then it can go to Romania too. And last but not least, we will bring green electricity from Egypt. This is the most important project through a undersea cable that will bring electricity from renewables, namely solar and wind, from Egypt to Greece, and through Greece, and the network that will have to be developed in the region and in the European Union. This is an extremely important project because this is the real project for us to phase out really from Russian hydrocarbons.
Thank you. Mrs. Benisheva?
Well, thank you. I think for the next 10 years, I think that we have to materialize all the initiative and ideas and projects just mentioned today by colleagues from Romania and from Greece, because definitely the three countries still face the challenge to perform their real role on the Balkans for the region. I want also to mention a point regarding the idea of the ambassador of North Macedonia regarding the observer status. Yes, our countries, we enjoyed observer status for 2 years before accession, after the signature of the treaty. And I think that it's high time for the Union to change internal procedures, not to block itself, but to invite the candidates to our council meetings. It was also mentioned by Commissioner Varhey this morning that it took us, the countries from the fifth enlargement, 10 years to learn how the Union works. So we'll better do it in a speedier way. This is what I see in the next 10 years. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, definitely. So the virtues of regional cooperation are huge. And there are format the dimensions like the 3C major formats or the Bucharest 9 initiative that really are making a difference. But on a different scale, and speaking of our region, definitely the trilateral. Romania has started a couple of trilaterals, 2 or 3 of them, but this one is one that definitely has a particular relevance in the current context, when we can think about shared interest, we can think about some common issues and common visions in this respect, and definitely we have to work on common projects in this respect. Connectivity, as we started, is the key to this. Energy, it's extremely important, and definitely both, all three of our countries have a word to say, and definitely we have to work on this, but to be very careful, because Romania is going also to become a huge hub of energy in a few years, not only on internal production, but also bringing energy from Azerbaijan, for instance, to a gas pipeline and other hubs. So definitely we have to work this out in order to make this beneficial for all the region, and in order to get rid of all those dependencies that have been created that are not only geo-economic dependencies, but have been geopolitical dependencies for quite a while. So definitely there is room and scope for our cooperation in the future, and it would be really good that our people will start working together on this, on some more concrete proposals that we will discuss, and to make this also beneficial for the Western Balkans, because this is also extremely important for us. We don't live in the vacuum here, so basically these are not only a market, but this should be our partners in this part of the Europe and on the European journey as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Final words from you?
Just maybe I would like to raise one point. It's a bit out of context, but we were also talking about Turkish cooperation with Turkey, and I think we have every reason, whether we like what happens in Turkey, whether we like the results of the first tour, doesn't matter. We have a strategic interest in cooperating with Turkey. We are observing the presidential campaign, and one aspect that plays a very big part is the question, what will happen with the millions of Syrian refugees that currently live in Turkey? And both candidates want to send parts of them home. And I'm not sure whether they would like to go back to Syria. They will probably look for another perspective for them, and that could be in Europe. And we must not have another migration crisis, because this time it could really destabilize our societies. And we can, of course, not say that's a Greek problem. It's a European problem. Greece will be the most vulnerable country, but we need cooperation, and of course Greece needs our solidarity and support in this context. And we better worry about what to do now before the crisis is there, and we are under time pressure and no longer have the time to develop concepts and strategies.
I would just, one simple point here, and that is that this Euro-Atlanticist orientation that since countries have options in which way they turn and with which institutions they work most closely and which countries they work most closely, the choices they make are incredibly important. And some of them are some roads lead to ever more prosperity, ever more openness, ever more success in terms of societies, and other directions lead in a different options lead in a different direction. And I would just hope that since we happen to be in Bulgaria, that crossing my fingers as a friend of Bulgaria, that this sort of decision works out well. But it also applies to Romania, because there are forces at work in terms of disinformation, the information operations by adversaries who shall remain nameless, but everyone knows who they are, that are muddying the waters, and then all sorts of people are getting confused and adopting narratives that are not Euro-Atlanticist. And this is not a recipe for success. It's happening in Bulgaria. It's happening in Romania. I studied ancient Greek in college, but I don't understand modern Greece as well as I should. So I wouldn't want to venture an observation about Greece, but I would suspect that's also a factor in there as well. And so it's the Euro-Atlanticist orientation that leads to the best outcomes for the largest number of people, usually.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. It was a pleasure for me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Благодаря много, че вас.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
As we are running out of time, we have to proceed with the next panel. Thank you for your patience. Please take your seats. We'll continue with a challenging topic, which is reconstruction of Ukraine. Actually, we already started discussing these issues. We had Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of European Integration of Ukraine, Ms. Olga Stefanovskaya, who already said that the goal for the Ukrainian government is to build stronger, more resilient, more independent economically, militarily country. So how to reach this goal, this is the issues we will discuss today. And I would like to invite to join me in the panel Maria Lesina. Maria, please join me here. Dr. Samuel Patil, if he's in the plenary.
Thank you.
Vincent Campos. Me. And Dr. Ribal Al-Assad.
Where do you want me?
Please.
Okay. Hello, Maria.
Well, I hope that Ribal and Samir will join us soon.
They're getting mic'd. Thank you. They're here. Yeah.
We have another challenge actually in our panel. We have to finish in 40 to 45 minutes as we were instructed by the organizers. Ladies and gentlemen, today full-scale war is back on the continent of Europe. The war Russia is waging against Ukraine is a blow to the entire system of international relations. It shatters all efforts of the post-World War II period in seeing Europe peaceful and free. And this war brings suffering and destruction to Ukraine. And we pledge solidarity to Ukrainian people as they fight for democracy, for our common values. The democratic war is determined to assist Ukraine. NATO and EU are more united than ever and determined to provide political, economic, military, financial support as long as it takes. And the main goal currently is to help Ukraine to defend itself and protect its people. But we have to think also about the rebuilding Ukraine as an economically developed, democratic, and of course, militarily potent state. Last year, EU granted Ukraine candidate status, which is a clear signal that Ukraine will be part of the community of free and democratic world. This panel will discuss Ukraine reconstruction. I hope that we'll share our assessments and generate ideas about the reconstruction of the country, which is not merely rebuilding the damaged economy, damaged infrastructure, or destroyed houses. This is about full transformation of country. The reconstruction is an opportunity to bring Ukraine closer in its way to European integration, to build modern economy and resilient toward future challenges. Actually, the goal of reconstructing Ukraine came right after the Russian invasion was launched in February, and this became one of the priorities of the Ukrainian government. The Ukrainian government has established a National Council for Recovery, the first draft of an ambitious recovery plan amounting of up to $750 billion for the reconstruction and transformation in all spheres has already been presented. The EU presented its own paper on Ukraine's reconstruction. A special platform for discussion has been established to attract international support. We already had conferences in Lugano, in Berlin last year. This year, the conference will be held in United Kingdom. And there are several other international platforms to attract attention and to attract foreign support for the Ukraine reconstruction. I have no illusion that this process will be complex and challenging, and we have to find ways to support Ukraine, and very importantly, to sustain this support. There are important questions we'll try to answer during this panel. Some of these questions I'll mention briefly. What lessons and recommendations can we draw from similar processes in the history? How to solve the dilemma security versus reconstruction? Kiev will probably have to make compromises between military and civilian needs, having in mind the ever-looming threats from Russia. Who directs reconstruction? What the labor sharing between the central power and local communities shall be, how to prioritize efforts, how to structure and lead the whole process. Of course, who pays for the reconstruction? How to match expectations of Ukrainian people and Ukrainian government, and of course, how to match expectations of Ukrainians with expectations of the international community. So, to answer this and other questions, we have an excellent panel. We have Maria Alesina, Policy and Research Officer from the European Liberal Forum. We have Dr. Samir Patil, Senior Fellow, Observer Research Foundation. He came from India. Vicent Campos, former Foreign Service Officer with United States Department of State. Current Senior Advisor in Energy Sector, NATO Security and Middle East Affairs. And we have, last but not least, Mr. Ribao Al-Assad, Founder and Director of the Organization for Democracy and Freedom in Syria. Unfortunately, we will miss Mr. Bruno Lette from German Marshall Fund, who couldn't make it to come here. And it's, of course, very pity, because I intended to ask a general question about lessons learned from the Marshall Plan, of the reconstruction of Europe after the Second World War, and can we apply some of the lessons learned and mechanisms to the current situation? But nevertheless, I'll turn right now to Dr. Alesina and ask about Ukraine's way to European Union, what Ukraine needs, how to reconstruct and rebuild Ukraine in order to assist Ukrainian integration in Europe. And I know that you already, and European Liberal Forum already produced a very interesting study. We already have it, hard copies. Designed in Brussels, made in Ukraine, future of EU-Ukraine relations. So tell us more also about your finding and recommendations. Maria,
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Indeed, as you said, the question of reconstruction of Ukraine is not only a question of rebuilding the country, it's, I would say, actually primarily a question of constructing a new one, because Ukrainians are now fighting not only against Russians and the Russian aggression, they're fighting also for their future, and this future is very closely related to the European dream, to the European Union. That's why the process of reconstructing the country, rebuilding the country, is actually summarized in can be summarized in the principle which is called building back better, which is lamented in the national strategy on rebuilding the country, and it is very much the idea which Ukrainians are sharing with the government. It is, so to say, social understanding of how the post-war recovery of the country should look like. At the same time, also for the European Union, it is also not only a question of rebuilding a neighboring country, it's a question of rebuilding a war-destroyed country, which is actually an official candidate, which makes it much more, a much different story. And so on both sides, rebuilding Ukraine is is closely linked to European integration of Ukraine. And these two processes should go in parallel, they should be mutually reinforcing, they should accelerate each other, and only in that way that can actually be, they can be seen as efficient. And this is also part of the driver of the publication by European Liberal Forum, which indeed has just came out, and you are the first people who actually see it in hard copy. Please feel free to take a look. We were looking into the ways how to make the process of reconstructing Ukraine and keeping it closer, bringing it closer to the EU as two sides of the same coin. We brought together experts from the EU and experts from Ukraine and gave them a platform to think, to brainstorm, to bring together new ideas, new perspective, new actors on how this can be done in the best possible way. Also provided policy recommendations for European policymakers, so to show them the way how they can assist Ukraine and also shape their own policies toward the country as part of a long-term strategy. And I would say that there are two overall umbrella recommendations or umbrella directions for Ukraine and for the EU. For Ukraine, or I would rather start with the EU. For the EU, first of all, this should be seen as a great window of opportunity for applying conditionality mechanism, because, of course, Ukrainian government, it will be still the major actor in implementing reforms, in implementing pro-EU agenda on all possible levels, which of course implies tackling very, I would say, long overdue issues such as anti-corruption reform, as rule of law reforms. And now Ukrainian establishment is very perceptible to the international reaction, and it's a great moment for the EU to apply conditionality, to apply strict rules and really very strict scrutiny. On the other side, this scrutiny will be supported by Ukrainians themselves, because Ukrainian civil society, starting from 2014, when we had the revolution, and especially after February 2022, it became extremely fierce and very dedicated, very involved in all the matters of national interest. And of course, I think that will be a very interesting period when pressure coming from abroad and pressure coming from inside the country, bottom up, it will create a great momentum for really implementing reforms which otherwise would have taken much longer time. These are, and one more final thing which came up from analyzing the EU vision for rebuilding Ukraine, integrating Ukraine into the EU, and from Ukrainian vision itself, is the fact that Ukraine should take ownership of the reconstruction on Ukrainian side, even if it's funded by, of course, it will be funded by international partners, but still it should be Ukraine who is the driver of the process. On Ukrainian side, it takes the form of wishing to be, not even wishing, actually having a very strong intention of being an equal partner, being a contributor of the, not only of the post-war years of bilateral relations with the EU in the post-war years, but actually overall, in the long run, being a strong actor in Europe, security actor, but also a creative actor, economic actor, to realize Ukraine's vast social capital, economic capital, and all the aspects of which this vast country has to offer. And this is very much the idea which is often expressed by President Zelensky, which is very much supported and being resonated in the country, and this is something which we also try to show in the study which we produced, that there are multiple ways, multiple actors, multiple new domains in which Ukraine, with support of the EU partners, with support of the EU latest standards, best practices, also constant checking and actual collaboration, Ukraine can itself become an actor which is not only a recipient of help, but actually someone who the EU and Europe as a whole will be happy to have on board as a strong country.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. I'm tempted to ask you about the Ukrainian population. You said that there is a support from the society for reconstruction of Ukraine. But what ordinary people think about this reconstruction? How it should go on? What should be the stages? What ordinary Ukrainians means, particularly those who suffered and still continue suffering from Russian attacks? Do you think there might be discrepancies in the priorities of the society and the government?
I see what you mean. Of course, for ordinary people, especially from the regions which are, I myself am from Kiev, but of course, Kiev is one of the luckiest regions in a way. We have regions which are much more destroyed, and people who are coming from there, the main priority is reconstructing the basic facility, the basic social services, and that is, of course, something which is on top of the agenda. But also the government is very well aware of this need, and international partners are very well aware of this need, because otherwise we will just have people leaving the country instead of coming back to the country. But at the same time, I think there is, again, a broad social consensus on the fact that this should be done in a way which is sustainable, which is, for example, if we speak about rebuilding the houses, it should be done in a way which corresponds to European standards, which is something which can serve the country in a long run. So I think the short-term and long-term priorities are not that much in conflict. Because people themselves, almost every Ukrainian family has someone who went to the front line, or someone who is somehow very closely touched by the war. So no one actually thinks this. I think there is an understanding that the only thing we can do as Ukrainians to make sure that these victims and this price was not in vain, which comes as a result of this is like we have to keep in mind our long-term priorities, which means European integration, which means building a prosperous country, less post-Soviet, more European, more resilient, more attractive for investor donors. So I think that even ordinary people who took all the burden of the war, they are pretty much aware of this long-term vision of society as a whole.
And I like very much that you mentioned anti-corruption, rule of law. I mean, it is long-term investment. It will require a lot of efforts from different layers of the society. How do you see this process? I mean, it shall start right now, or?
It should start right now, because without it, basically, it will be very difficult for us to attract international support, international funding, which is indispensable, and that's why I think actually the establishment feels the pressure, because otherwise we will just not get the means which we need desperately. And actually, it's interesting, because just half an hour ago there was a news that the head of the criminal court of Ukraine was not yet accused, but so far there is a suspicion that he took a big bribe of very big scope. And actually, I myself am wondering, is it? I don't think the thing didn't happen before. To me, it can be that now they're being more attention goes on them, because the previous scandal which we had just a few months ago with the Minister of Defense, it also came as it came from civil society. That's what I mean. Civil society is a reliable partner for Ukraine, for the EU, for international partners, because actually civil society itself is now very much involved in and very much non-tolerant to this kind of cases. That's why I think this pressure coming from bottom up will have a very big effect on actually tackling this huge elephant in the room, which is, of course, the legacy of the entire post-Soviet space, and this is one of the biggest issues. But I hope that this is a window of opportunity created by war, by the dramatic events of the war, which actually gives a chance to tackle it in a more efficient way than in normal times, so to say.
Yeah, it will be also important for the international community.
Very much important. That's why.
Not only for Ukrainian people. Let me move to Samir and ask him about, in general, the post-war reconstruction, because it is also a challenge. What would you have to say from your observation and analysis?
Thank you so much, organizers, for such a warm welcome and inviting me to the forum. And thank you, Chair, for that question. I'm acutely aware that I'm one of the few non-European voices here, so my perspective will be a little bit different. Having said that, we have been discussing throughout the day the various themes of the European foreign policy, security, politics, energy security, and all that. I think we have to look at the issue of reconstruction of Europe, Ukraine in that particular context. Because as someone coming from South Asia and the Indo-Pacific, we have seen how regional conflicts strain economies and also dampen the prospects for economic cooperation, as well as strain the regional balances of power. So let me make 3 brief points. My first point is that the post-war reconstruction will always be a challenge because it requires a wider consent among the stakeholders. Especially, it also depends on Ukraine's ability to not just win the war, but also whether it is able to retain the critical state institutions, which Dr. Maria also talked about, and stabilize the territories. So a lot will depend on how the war ends and what shape, what territorial shape the post-war Ukraine takes. As the experience from Afghanistan has suggested, humanitarian assistance will be critical in the aftermath of the war because that will only enable the country to rebuild the critical infrastructure. And even though there are no parallels, the lessons from reconstruction of Afghanistan do suggest that rebuilding the country means not only reconstructing the infrastructure, but also ensuring a livelihood for the civilian population and establishing a secure state with democratic institutions, while also enhancing civil society and allowing the equal participation of various ethnic groups. It will also involve significant amounts of demining to ensure that the civilian populations can lead a normal, secure life. Now, when it comes to stakeholders, and particularly on the cost of reconstruction, we have seen some disagreements because the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian President Zelensky has put the cost of reconstruction to something like $700 billion, but a study from the World Bank and the European Commission and the United Nations has put the cost at $400 billion. So there is some kind of divergence in those costs. But irrespective of what is the difference in terms of the cost, what will be important is the resource mobilization, because as the war gets dragged for a few more months, or maybe for years, or maybe 6 years, as what we heard in the morning, what remains to be seen is the European government's ability to retain their own enthusiasm, as well as ability to sustain the public opinion in the Euro-Atlantic region, which is already war-fatigued, and and as we have seen, there is also the cost of living are also increasing, so that is also going to cast a shadow on that. Again, as we have seen in the case of Afghanistan, it also critically depends on the security situation in the country, because there needs to be some kind of benefit also that the investors will have to see in the reconstruction, and also the benefits of reconstruction have to go beyond the oligarchs and the ruling elites. My second point is that this reconstruction depends a lot on how the issue of European security architecture itself is resolved in the long run. Of course, the Russian invasion has shaken to the core the post-Cold War European security order, but it has also made NATO attractive to many countries which had been sitting on the fence for many years. But fundamentally, the European policymakers have to determine the trajectory of continent's foreign and security policies, because when one looks from outside the continent, there is much appreciation for the European economic project in terms of bringing the growth and prosperity, but a similar kind of favorable outlook is not there on the issue of security, because we feel that the questions related to post-Cold War security architecture of Europe are still unresolved, what I may like to call as unfinished peace, as what one of the earlier speakers said. So the debates which happen within the European continent on security, for an outsider, they give an appearance that there is a fundamental divergence between those who argue for strategic autonomy of Europe and those who argue for the role of the United States in the continent's security affairs. So the question of reconstruction of Ukraine is critically linked to many of these debates, and therefore these issues too will also need a long-term resolution. And my final point is about the Chinese peace plan for Ukraine. If you look at the last point in that 12-point peace plan, it talks about promotion of post-conflict reconstruction of Ukraine. I mean, it is indeed ironic that a country which has trampled on a rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific and has caused instability through its aggressive and hostile actions in the region is talking about peace and reconstruction in Europe, because democratic states in the Indo-Pacific have been at the receiving end of Chinese aggression and territorial grabs as well as violations for decades together. We in India have seen the border standoff with China now for the last 3 years. where the People's Liberation Army has amassed several thousands of troops on the border to intimidate and coerce India. We have seen China intensifying its gray zone warfare tactics or the hybrid warfare tactics against not just our society, but many other democracies in the region. And yet, when the same country positions itself as a neutral peacemaker or broker, pick whichever term that you like, we in the Indo-Pacific can only be astonished that some European capitals and politicians take that claim seriously. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
You mentioned two figures, 400 millions and 750 millions. Billions. Of course, it's going to be a very costly process. But to me, it's a different kind of estimation. What we calculate as a reconstruction, what we mean by reconstruction, whether it's simply rebuilding what has been damaged or destroyed, or more. And I think that Ukrainian plan is more ambitious than simply reconstructing, rebuilding. And of course, there are a lot of difficulties in this process which cannot be calculated on this stage. For example, you mentioned landmines, but also sea mines, pollution caused by war activities, destroyed fertile land. Of course, it's a white fires caused by war. It's very difficult to calculate. And this, of course, will require a lot of resources and time. But you mentioned China, and I would like to challenge you here. We know what China thinks, what China proposed, but what India thinks about the situation, about the war in Ukraine, how India sees the end of this war, and what can India do actually?
So I know in the West there has been a lot of, what should I say, some kind of skepticism regarding India's position on the Ukraine conflict. But if you see fundamentally, India has advocated to the Russians saying this is not the time for war. And the fact is that India has talked about cessation of hostilities and a return to dialogue and negotiations. And India has taken that position quite openly in many of the multilateral forums. Of course, India has abstained at the United Nations Security Council when it comes to the various resolutions on Ukraine. But you have to look at India's own historical orientation of the foreign policy, where Russia or the Soviet Union has been one of the largest defense suppliers to the Indian military. But in the last few years, of course, India has also been diversifying from that. So India is now looking at France, Germany, as well as the United States in terms of defense supplies. But right now, still, we have more than 60 to 70% of the Indian military inventory, which is still of the Russian/Soviet origin. So in a sense, that is one of the reasons why India has taken the stand on the Ukraine crisis. The second, goes back to its own outlook towards China. Because we have seen one of the strongest relationships between Russia and China, India feels that a weakening of Russia, okay, that's what President Biden has called, a weakening of Russia will essentially drive Russia towards China and strengthen the Chinese pole. And in that sense, India doesn't want that to happen, because even though, in a sense, it appears that Russia may be, in a sense, the most pertinent challenge right now, I think in the long term, it is China which is posing a challenge to not just the democratic societies, but to the entire rules-based order. So I would say, that is how India looks at the Ukraine conflict.
But there is a perception that China has some leverages over Russia. Do you think India can leverage Russia to stop and to withdraw?
So, I mean, again, if you see, the fact is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India, in his telephonic conversations with President Putin, has specifically talked about that this is not the time for war and you need to return to the diplomacy and dialogue. I think that itself, India is trying to use that as a leverage. And in a sense, whatever position that India has taken is with the aim not to lose that leverage, because India feels that if India takes an openly critical position of Russia, India will lose that leverage, and in a sense, Chinese will get that particular leverage, will in a sense fill up that vacuum. And also, if you see, in the last few years, how Pakistan has been trying to quoting Russia. So India also feels, that if it takes that kind of a position, again, it will open up that particular space to its adversaries to fill up that vacuum, and therefore India will lose that leverage.
Okay, thank you. Let me turn to my right-hand co-panelists and ask Vincent, because you are working on many issues related to Ukraine reconstruction, and particularly in energy sector, which is very badly affected by this war. What you can tell us about reconstruction of Ukraine in general? What are the process challenges, and in particular, what will be the challenges in the energy sector?
Well, thank you for the invitation, Jordan. And I think, similar to many people out there and us, we're all ready for the Big Bang. So we'll continue with our panel here, but because first we're going to do Ukraine. And as I promised, I've got my timer going, so we'll do this in less than 5 minutes. Recently, King Simeon II said something that really touched me. And it was actually very simple, if I can paraphrase, where he said, there's too much conflict in the world. And he said that with all sincerity, and you can tell that it really did affect him. And as I heard that, then I thought about today. And I was also thought about the last couple of years. And as Europe was experiencing the full impact of the COVID pandemic, when we're all in the middle of that, then suddenly Russia invades Ukraine. A completely unjustified invasion, followed by or accompanied with the relentless destruction of Ukraine. This violent action, among other things, had an immediate response. One was a massive exodus of Ukrainians into the Balkans and into Europe, mainly into Poland and Romania, but also into Bulgaria, where we are today. But it definitely had an impact on the Balkans. And what I thought was incredibly noteworthy was the immediate response by both civil society and governments, and in particular with civil society volunteers, for people who opened the door, opened their hearts, and opened their towns and villages to receive people in need. So on the topic of immediate actions, once Ukraine takes control of its territory from the ongoing Russian, and when the Russian hostilities end, there's clearly a lot of work that needs to be done, and that's why we're talking here about reconstruction. And as Jordan indicated, there's a lot of initiatives and a lot of activity going on with respect to that right now, which I think is fantastic. In that regard, I want to look at 3 areas of recommendations that I have. One of them is, first of all, with respect to the plan, the new plan. We talk about reconstruction, but I think there's actually 4 R's that we need to consider: reconstruction, reinvigoration, renovation, and reinvention. All of these will have an impact on Ukraine, since in many cases, you're not going to be able to reconstruct. You actually have to start completely anew. And woven within this action, I propose, and I strongly urge, the maximum use of technology and innovation, especially in the energy sector, which is changing every single day. So bringing cities and towns and villages, as well as manufacturing and farming, back to life in Ukraine is a massive priority. It may not resemble Ukraine before 2022, and in so many cases it probably shouldn't. Among other things, with respect to the new Ukraine, are the variety of grid systems and interconnectivities and pipelines and everything like that, or those kinds of systems which not only need to be put back into fully functioning status, but in many cases, they need to be completely rebuilt, restructured. A term that's being used quite a bit now in the energy sector is when we're talking about grids, and you look at Texas as a great example of a grid that fails when the temperature gets too cold. And when the temperature gets too cold in Texas, a famous senator jumps on a plane and flies to Mexico That's how the U.S. and that's how Texas addressed that issue. So with grids, everybody is suffering from grids. I'm not proposing smart grids as the response, but what I suggest is super smart grids. Let's get ahead of the curve. Let's get ahead of where we are now. And in that regard, with innovation and technology, and as an example, super smart grids, Ukraine can be a perfect test case for using these techniques and as proving grounds that they actually can work. And with the successes there, those successes should immediately be exported into the Balkans and exported throughout Europe, especially to countries who have felt neglected over the years and feel that why should Ukraine have all this attention and none is sent to us? Well, Ukraine clearly needs attention, but that attention then needs to be transferred back. I heard earlier the mentioning of 3 Cs initiative, which is a fantastic initiative. And again, a lot of the improvements that are made in Ukraine can easily and must be applied to 3 Cs. So let's move to number 2, and that's revisiting the energy sector. As I said, priority with grids and electrical systems, but also there already is a framework in energy and in Europe, the Repower EU plan, which is actually an excellent reference for where Europe needs to go. And again, the use of best available technology and innovation is a proof of concept in Ukraine that can be applied throughout Europe. Now, the energy sector, Ukraine is ideally situated for wind and solar, great renewables. Electric vehicles will probably start replacing internal combustion to a large degree. There's a great potential for hydrogen and also potential for hydroelectricity. And at the same time, one of the foundations for Ukrainian energy was nuclear, and we all know the story behind that. And once nuclear is put back online, that'll make a big difference. But one undertold story is Ukrainian natural gas. And Ukraine has probably the 3rd largest reserve of natural gas in all of Europe, I think behind Poland and somewhere in I think Norway or Sweden, but massive amount of natural gas. And speaking of energy, one more time to bring up coal. As Jeff Goldblum, or to paraphrase Jeff Goldblum in the movie Jurassic Park, when he talked about dinosaurs, coal had its time, and nature deselected coal for extinction. And in this case, from what I heard this morning, society has selected coal for extinction. Get rid of it. Coal and lignite, it has no future. So, with only 2.5 decades to go until 2050, we really don't have any time. We need to get started immediately with all this work. And how do we do this? Control, coordination, cooperation across the board on all sectors. And to answer not answer, but to underscore the issue that Maria brought up, Ukraine must be in charge of their reconstruction. There's no question about it. At the same time, though, there's a transatlantic partnership which must take place. European partners, Balkan partners, they all have a stake and they all should be involved. But there's 3 components when we're talking about, well, who really is involved in this effort. And those 3 components must include or do contain the government, private business, and civil society. Not civil society as an interested party, but civil society as an active participant across the way. So in order to accomplish this requires deliberate planning, responsible action, and the idea is to eventually achieve maximum effectiveness. And again, as we heard, corruption must be reduced to every degree possible. It must start now. Rule of law and transparency must prevail. So the next steps, and these are my final statements. I strongly urge the use of full use of crisis management techniques in managing all these moving pieces, and there's tons of moving pieces. There's a lot of important initiatives that have occurred, but it's also, the situation is becoming very unwieldy. So crisis management is a great tool to use to bring this under control. Inclusion and active roles for all stakeholders, we heard who they are, and a dedicated focus to long-term results. And nothing, a focus anything less than that won't be worth the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. I'll ask Maria to step in because what you stated is Ukraine to be in charge of reconstruction. And I'm tempted to ask, designed in Brussels, made in Ukraine or implemented in Ukraine, how do you see, and also Ukrainian, how Ukrainian people see this reconstruction plan and all activities?
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for bringing attention to the title, because indeed it's a bit of a provocative one, because of course, the candidate country, and for the past 10 years, as all other aspirant countries for the EU, Ukraine follows Brussels lead very much so, and requires Brussels lead, acknowledges the leadership of the EU in terms of regulation, standards, norms, level of quality of life, and that's exactly why Ukraine wants to join. At the same time, this part made in Ukraine means, I think it refers more to this united in diversity principle. It still needs to remain Ukraine. Things can be done in a Ukrainian way, and that's not something which is in opposition. It is something which is meant to strengthen. Indeed, as it was mentioned earlier today, to finalize the European project the way it was envisioned initially a long time ago, that it's indeed a club of European democratic prosperous nations which want to live in peace, which want to live in prosperity, which want to live in freedom. And this is very much, Ukraine sees itself, I think, is quite surprised by itself, and citizens are surprised themselves that they can actually, for the first time, they actually feel the agency, that they can be the ones who have something to offer, not only the ones to ask to be offered. And I remember, like myself, it's a very personal moment at the European Parliament, 5 days into the full-scale invasion. President Zelensky was addressing the European Parliament, and he said that he actually almost demanded the European Union to accept Ukraine's forthcoming application, but he said that we want to join as equals. And I felt such chills, because I thought, wow, I would never even imagine seeing my president on the screen addressing European Parliament and saying, we want to join, but we want to join as equals. And this is something which is very much driving force behind this whole battle, which is not offensive, it's defensive, but of course it changes the national DNA. It's a very much a very important moment in national identity building, and I think really what Ukrainian society, Ukrainian government, which might change. It's not really, but I think it's very much, the fact that President Zelensky transmitted this idea is powerful because it really supported in society. And I think if he changes the course, it will not be Zelensky anymore, but it will only be someone who will push for the same idea, that we want to contribute in whichever way we have. Indeed, we have natural resources, indeed we have human resources, cultural capital, especially now after this year, Ukraine really became an actor, and it's impossible, even now when we talk about security and how international relations will look like, people still tend to exclude Ukraine as an active participant. It's more like it's something that's being decided between the EU, the US, Russia, China, but Turkey is not really the case. And I'm saying it not because I'm Ukrainian, but really indeed there is like an emerging new actor, and this actor wants to be part of the democratic union, and very much wants to contribute with whichever resources are there, and basically pay back in 5, 10, 15, 20 years for all the support, including the reconstruction.
Thank you, Maria. Ribal, I'm glad that you are among us in this panel, because I'm pretty sure that you can add a lot of thoughts on the post-war reconstruction or rehabilitation of war-torn societies. What you can share with our audience?
Thank you very much. The good and bad thing about being last is that you've already said everything. And I agree actually on most of the things that, all of the things that you've said. The only thing that, and I'm sure Ukrainians will be able to achieve all of that, and because I have many Ukrainian friends, I've been to Ukraine many times. Ukrainian people are very highly educated. You know, they are highly patriotic, unlike other countries, and they were able, with great resolve and unity, to stand up to, you know, one of the most powerful countries in the world. You know, and you know, even though at a great cost. But it saddens me for where I come from, my home country, Syria, that it has been 12 years and we were not able to reach or have such effort, you know, a process, at least to restart reconstruction in my own country. We have a lot of similarities, you know, between us. We have, you know, between Ukraine and Syria, we have around 16 million refugees and 16 million internally displaced. The difference, again, is that we have a lot of infighting, you know, based on ethnic background, religious background, sectarian backgrounds. And this has led to, you know, like, we can call it disintegration in a way of you know, of the country. And today, as I'm sure a lot of you have heard in the media, it's that a great country that was once called the cradle of civilization has turned into a narcotic state, you know. And it's, I wanted to be able, I've tried my best for the past 12 years, even before the Arab Spring actually started, to be able to find a solution, a political solution where we could move towards a genuine representative democracy. Unfortunately, we have not found that effort or international effort where everyone came together and tried to put a process, a genuine democratic process, bringing together all those who believe in equality of all citizens under the rule of law, regardless of sect, religion, ethnic group, and gender. That would have solved the issue from the start, and that would have shown the majority of Syrian people that there would be an alternative to the actual regime. This has not happened, and we are at the 12th year. And again, I'm happy, of course, that we are here discussing, you know, the future of Ukraine and the reconstruction of Ukraine. As again, both of our countries have suffered a lot on a huge devastation on our infrastructure system, bridges, power stations, airports, roads, rail. You know, we don't have railway system, but yours have been severely affected. And you know, instead of moving towards any of that, we have seen the international community just giving up on Syria, and other countries filling the void. Instead of finding a political solution today, they're trying to, you know, accommodate the actual regime. And as you know, Mr. Vince here, who was in U.S. State Department, he knows that I believe, you know, there was, of course, the U.S. could have done more. The European Union could have done more to help Syria. And instead of just backing a certain opposition that they have believed or they have made to believe by allies such as Turkey and Qatar, that the genuine alternative to the Syrian regime are the Islamists or the Muslim Brotherhood, calling them moderate. I think this was the big mistakes that you know, instead of, I'm sure a lot of you here know Syrians. I've met a lot of Syrians, even here in Bulgaria, where there are thousands of people who are originally from Syria. Syrians are very highly educated people. You cannot tell me that the alternative to the regime are, you know, Zarqawi or whatever, Baghdadi, and names of people that, you know, that, you know, make us think back of, you know, the Jahiliyyah, you know, like hundreds of years ago in Islam. These are not Syrians. You know, Syrians are very highly educated people. Syrians, like Ukrainians, there are millions of them abroad, even before the uprising. And these are the people that we should have brought, to find a genuine, democratic, opposition, a genuine democratic alternative that we could have had. And by that time, we would have already started the reconstruction of our country, and all those millions of refugees would have been back, and those millions of displaced people would have already been back, into their homes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Ribal. Just a short question. We see conflict in many, many countries. Do you think that there might be a competition for, let's say, donors, private investments, how to manage this globally? I mean, do you think that the current international system is fit for managing such complex issues, not only stopping wars, preventing people from suffering, but also reconstruction, development, addressing new challenges like climate change, migration, etc.
I think yes. In the Western today, we have to see the world as it is. So we have the Western worlds, democratic worlds such as again Europe and the United States, who I think are very much capable. Of course, apart from their inside politics, if they put their differences aside, they have all the capacity to work on reconstruction of a country like Ukraine. They've helped Ukraine so far to withstand, as I said, like attacks coming from one of the the second military power in the world, and they have achieved for what people believed, with the limited manpower that Ukraine had, it was able to push back and and hold back the invasion of Russian forces. So I'm sure they'll be able to do similar and even more for the reconstruction. There's a lot that they could help Ukraine with, and the Ukrainian people are ready to, because they are, as I said, they're highly educated, they're very innovative, they will be able to rebuild their country and become a leading, in many aspects in this region. As I say, in technology, agriculture, renewable energy, and I'm certain of that. Regarding to the other part of the world where you see now, where countries such as the Gulf countries and others are seeing the U.S. withdrawing, from the region, and again they look at, as Vincent said, the 2050 as many of the European countries and even the U.S. will start looking towards renewable energy and fossil fuel free. So they can see that they don't have time to move from oil-based economy to an alternative economy. They need a steady, they need the price of oil, for example, to stay at a certain level for those 20, 30 years. They cannot afford for it to drop, even though that some countries like the US would, of course, like it to go below, for example, $80 and $70. But if it goes down, as you know, they have huge projects now, such as in Saudi Arabia or other countries, and those projects or this moving towards alternative economy would require, as I said, for the next 20 or more years, the price of dollars to stay at the same level. And so they think that the U.S. is withdrawing, is leaving them, on their own. There's a lot of goals, as you know, they learned from the Arab Spring for democratization, which again is not really in favor of those, regimes in general in the Middle East, So do we see that, for example, today they're inviting Syria back, to the Arab League, and soon they will, they invited the regime to attend, the climate change, conference in Dubai. So they are trying their best to stand together as one, in face of these changes. And for oil-producing countries, such as, today they look at themselves more as a club. So a lot of people ask me, what is this latest rapprochement between Iran and Saudi Arabia? I say, well, they all have the same interest, you know. So they looked at today. You know, someone came like Russia and said, guys, we are here, the club, the oil club producing, you know, like nations. We have to stand together, leave our differences aside, because, as I said, we have to work together to keep the prices of oil together and to stand against any orange revolution or whatever that could come in the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ribal, for bringing this perspective to the conversation of reconstruction of Ukraine. We are convinced that there is no alternative to this process, and it should, of course, include rebuilding the destroyed economy, infrastructure, houses, hospitals, but it should be also about modernization of the country. Changing the country in order to meet requirements for the future, how shall I put it, move towards EU and NATO to meet criteria for that. And of course, this includes respect of rule of law. It includes creation of capacities, administrative capacities at local, at central level. So it's a long, long, long discussion. I would like to ask you to join me and thank our excellent speakers. And on that, I'll conclude our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And now, as far as
Ще ги окабелявате ли? Hi, I'm Svetoslav. Pleasure to meet you. How are you? Yeah, it would be the best one. I'm absolutely sure. So we all have mics. The last one. I'll just say a few words in Bulgarian. Благодаря на всички, които останаха. Това е последния панел.
Thank you everybody who stayed. This will be the last panel. I'm very pleased to be here.
Is with the panel, which isn't only a panel, it is a ministerial reunion. As every reunion, all of the participants have their role at the time of the Big Bang, NATO enlargement. Maybe many memories, many interesting stories. It was a dynamic time, very important time for the history of Europe, because it was time that Big Bang diplomacy led to 7 new member states of NATO. They joined in 2004, but the benefits have gone far beyond the alliance itself. The benefits goes alongside the enlargement of the European Union. It has contributed to erasing the past of the Cold War. So I'm really glad to present you Alessandro Minotorizzo. He was NATO Deputy Secretary General at that time from 2001 to 2007. High pleasure. Antanas Valionis, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Lithuania, 2000-2006. Thank you for joining us. Dr. Ioan Mircea Pascu, Vice President of the European Parliament, till 2000. And Minister of Defense, of course. Pleasure to meet you. And Kristina Ojuland, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Estonia from 2002 to 2005. Mr. Kychukov, Lyubomir Kychukov, he was Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Bulgaria from 2005 to 2009. And I have an idea, Mr. Pasi, we all know him. We can talk about the Big Bang and without him, actually on the stage, so could you join us? Someone.
Thank you. I will join first with I will join first with 2 technical announcements. Number 1 is that the hall is not as empty, as full as in the beginning, but we have numerous live auditorium online. I don't know how many thousands, but we have them. This is number 1. And number 2 is that all of you are witnessing a unique political moment in Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Absolutely unique. Until late yesterday, we were almost sure we would have government after 2 years without parliamentary government. But out of the sudden, late last night, we understood that this new attempt for forming a government failed. And now the political parties who were here were calling off their leadership for urgent meetings on what to do with the new government. So we are in a unique momentum of the history of Bulgaria, which explains why the hall is such and the plenary is such. Having said that, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. Thank you, Sid. Could you please, just a short sentence for all the participants, because you know everyone here.
Of course, we know each other very well. The first thing that I want to say was that we had a name. This was the Vilnius 7.
Oh, good.
The Vilnius 7, and from
your place.
From this point of view, he was our boss, coming from Vilnius. The second thing is, which I want to say, will be step by step for Ioan Mircea Pașcu, who was the defense minister. The first foreign meeting which my government had after we formed the government in 2001 was with Romania. We were in competition who to join first NATO, Romania or Bulgaria, and the Romanians were extremely smart. They came to us and told us, look, we need not to compete, much better to cooperate, which was immediately bought by the then Prime Minister of Bulgaria, the King, so we formed a tandem.
Good.
With Christina Oiland, I have an unforgettable moment when the two flags of the 7 flags were raised over NATO headquarters. The protocol instructed us when we say the name of your country, make one step ahead. And I was so silent and stressed that Bulgaria is entering NATO this very moment, and I forgot to make this step forward, and because Bulgaria is alphabetically first. And Christina put her finger in my shoulder. Go one step ahead, one step ahead. This is something that I will never forget. And Alessandro Minuturițu, who was the great mind between making interchanges between all of us. He was the calm soul of NATO at that time. So thank you, Alessandro, and my colleague Liu Kyuchukov, who immediately after that became the Deputy Foreign Minister of Bulgaria and continued all the things that we started together. Memories with all of us and each of you, and some of us are not anymore among us. I would like to make tribute to all of them, in particular to our good friend from Slovakia who passed away.
Thank you very much. That's why it's called reunion, because it's very emotional and different from all other panels and discussion. Ambassador Rizzo, tell me, when we are talking about Big Bank, why the bank was so big, 7 countries together? Why not, for example, 5 or 3 countries or small banks in a row?
You see, I mean, your question is very interesting, you know, because it shows that human memory is short. It's not a criticism to your question, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Human memory is short because at that time, you know, I'm speaking about the end of last century, at the beginning of this century, there was a game changer in the world. Something extraordinary happened. It was the fall of the Berlin Wall, the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the end of communism, the end of the Warsaw Pact, the end of Comecon, a completely new world. And so, you know, it is obvious that the players in that tragedy in one hand, from a certain point of view, and the great victory on the other, wanted to find a new place in the world, to be on the scene, the players, your country and the others. And so, you know, you wanted to be recognized as European partners, as members of a Euro-Atlantic community, as it was called at the time, perhaps even today, and to forget about the past, which was there just because you were occupied in the Second World War. And, you know, I'm not criticizing history, it's history, you know, but it is normal that from the point of view of NATO and European Union as well, I mean, it's not only NATO, European Union, it is obvious that we had a big pressure from your countries to become members because you wanted to become, you know, members of a Serie A, you would say in Italian, the first group, you know. You want to be security
Right,
providers of the
right,
world, not
yeah.
somebody who is controlled by another country. And it was impossible to make, give grades, Estonia, X, Y, no. Of course, you all qualified at the same time. There was a certain process, of course, which was a technical process also, which was called MAP, if I remember correctly, multi-year process or something like that. And in the end, the decision was taken to admit all of you in NATO. And it was something which was discussed from many points of view, because there were some people, even in America, even in the Congress, who said, well, NATO was born under a certain, condition in the world. Now, what are those countries giving in terms of added value to the alliance? Are they really giving an added value? And there was a discussion. In the end, the conclusion was that you could not evade the political request of such a magnitude, And so it has been a success story. And something that I want to underline, and I think is also important for you, is that this action was not meant to be anti-Russian at all. It had nothing to do with Russia. Russia had its own dynamic, which was a solid dynamic.
The relations were very different back then.
Absolutely, yes. And there was a dissolution of the Soviet Union. So, but from our point of view, we wanted to have you in, and you wanted to be in, but not against Russia, just to be security providers, players in the world. That's a different thing.
Got it. That's a very interesting point that you made. And I ask Mr. Valionis because someone mentioned Vilnius 7. You were the host, the boss of the group. How was the how would you describe the relations in Russia back then in 2004?
Repeat the question.
How would you describe the relations with Russia?
With
back
Russia?
Then in 2004.
All the time it was a very serious problem for all Baltics, but especially for Lithuania because of Kaliningrad transit, military transit, people transit, and so on. And coming back to this Vilnius 7, it started like Vilnius 9. Later was extended like Vilnius 10 when Croatia joined this, and at the very end, 7 countries, including Bulgaria and Lithuania, entered NATO at the same time. It was very complicated. What was mentioned by Solomon, it was quite right. Understanding that Baltic countries, we had additional red lines. And was raised idea by Zbigniew Brzezinski, at least one Baltic first. And we started the same competition between who this first Baltic would be. And of course, Lithuania thought that we are, because at the very end, with the consultations with some American foundations, with our friends in European structures and so on, we decided that it is enough place for all ready candidates to join NATO. And that's why early spring 2002, about half a year before George Bush president was elected, we met in Vilnius and established this Vilnius 9
format,
which started together fighting for our membership. And we had even leaders. Vilnius was mentioned, but I wasn't a leader. Very often, in any meeting, we had Americans, all ministers from Vilnius 10 at that moment, elected one who had to speak with the State Secretary of the United States. At the very beginning with Colin Powell, later with Condoleezza Rice, which finalized our membership supporting our decision. That was very, very interesting. And how, last sentence, now when we look back, because we were invited in 2002 in Prague summit and became members in 2004 in April. So looking back, we in Lithuania all the time stressed that Lithuania in whole his history never had better security and prosperity situation. Even now, with remembering about all those events in Ukraine, I can repeat the same thesis.
Having said that, a question for you, Ms. Soyowant. Have you been surprised when you saw it was December 2021, I think, when Russia sent contingency request to NATO for withdrawal of military infrastructure for Eastern Europe, for example, from the positions prior 1999?
You said 2021?
Yeah.
Well, actually, I was coming here to speak more about Ukraine and the current war, of course, in
it was 2 years before, 2 months before the war.
Yes, with Russia, indeed. But before I answer your question, I would like to make a comment on one of these previous panels here. What I don't really share, I cannot agree with this view that at this stage of the war, that means that Ukraine should start any kind of negotiations, diplomatic negotiations with Russia. I don't see any option, any possibility, any reason there. And if you even compare with the Second World War, would anyone sitting to the table with Hitler in that time? It is impossible. There is a war going on. And this kind of diplomatic negotiations is very, very wrong direction. Ukraine must win this war. Ukraine must get back its territories, not only by this stage like it was last year before February, because it doesn't help. We have seen it already, 2014, that Russia will not stop. They stopped for a while. We have seen 2008 in Georgia. They gained the territories, and it's all these pending conflicts continuing there. The same story with Ukraine. If we now give up even with this size of Ukraine before this last war, then what Putin will do next is he will take another chance going. We have seen the recent events in Moldova. We have seen some time ago in Kazakhstan what is happening there. Putin will not stop. Today, listening very carefully here, the situation in Balkans, I have a deep feeling that he has his fingers in these countries, in this region as well, to destabilize and just to wait time and the chance to make some sort of chaos. So my point is that we must keep going. I'm very happy to see that President of Ukraine is now gaining more support, military support. You can even say I mean the West, we must win this war, and Ukraine should restore their territories like it used to be before 2014. Otherwise, we will face sooner or later another conflict raised from Russia. Second point concerning this NATO issue, well, Vilnius is again coming up. The summit is coming up. This is the momentum to give a very clear sign, not only to Ukraine, but also to Russia, that Ukraine has a NATO perspective. And as soon this war is finished with the victory of Ukraine, Ukraine should be taken immediately to, or as soon as possible, maybe saying more softly, to NATO. And we should not be afraid of that step as a West, because we already have had a situation. It's like sort of déjà vu. You remember the Cold War time, there was the Berlin Wall, there was East Germany facing Soviet Union. And it's bad, but this is the reality, in my view, at the moment, that we will have the similar situation after the war in Ukraine. We must put this wall, or this border, let's say, between Russia and Ukraine, making Ukraine, allowing Ukraine become a member of NATO. If we don't do it again, it will happen again that Russia will not give up. We wanted to take Ukraine to NATO in 2008. This was, you remember all, this was when Putin started the war in Georgia in order to avoid it, and also later on in Ukraine. So I'm very much looking forward for Vilnius summit, which is coming up. And my last point, what I want to say is that this war cannot be finished like that, behind the diplomatic table. This war should have consequences. Like international tribunal should be set up. I don't know which way it is possible. I'm not in active politics anymore myself, like 10 years, but I think there should be found some sort of at least minimum international coalition, some sort of new type maybe, if necessary, an institute and body who will take Putin and all those people who are responsible of these terrible committed crimes to the responsibility. This Putin is war criminal. We all know it. We all know it. I cannot call him even a president because all this what has been done in Ukraine, it's obvious that, and there has been already found out so many facts about the war crimes. He's a war criminal and should be taken to the responsibility.
Thank you very much for your points. Mr. Pașcu.
Clear ideas.
Yeah, Mr. Pașcu. The floor is yours. We got to from the past. We are talking about the present days and the future.
Well, you know, first I have to refer to the same moment in which Solomon said that he forgot to make the step forward in due time. But I was defense minister, and that was a ceremony reserved for the foreign ministers, because that was the protocol. And I attended. I said I would like to attend. There was a chief of staff from one of the Baltic countries, I can't remember which. You know, so both of us were the only, shall we say, military-related people. And I said, I would like to see someone who prevents me to attend this ceremony. That was the basis on which, and I wanted to. But I want to say two things. First thing was, you know, that every student of Russian history would see that Russia is in flux and reflux. It happened, you know, twice in the 20th century. It happens now. So at that moment, we perceived, you know, that Russia was in a moment of reflux. And therefore, we said this is a window of opportunity. By the time Russia will mend its fences and will become again, you know, powerful and demanding of what had lost, we should be on the safe side of the street. That was the thinking in the very beginning. And see today that it is warranted. I mean, unfortunately, it's warranted. So that was the mindset at the time. A second thing which I would like to say was that among the arguments which we brought when we tried to convince the Western countries that we deserve to be accepted into NATO was that if Romania and Bulgaria and Romania are accepted into NATO, coupled with Hungary, which was already a member of NATO, Austria, which was already a member of NATO, Italy, which was already a member of NATO, Greece, which was already a member of NATO, the whole problems of Western Balkans, as we call them now, would be somehow in a territory in which NATO can really manage it, NATO and the European Union. So access to that area would be controlled, you know, by these NATO walls around the area. Now, in retrospect, I said, I think, you know, that this is, it has been good because it has provided time for those countries which were confronted with greater problems than we were confronted due to the war and consequences of the war, to try to sort
to solve them, and then, you know, start applying reforms and so on and so forth. But at the same time, it has a negative effect. Now, today, I see this, not at the time. At the time, we were concerned only to bring Romania and Bulgaria into NATO. But the negative side has been that this strategy removed the sense of urgency to address the problems of the Western Balkans. You see? And those who wanted to say, no, no, we don't need them, said, no, no, no, you have time, you have to do the reforms, you have to... And we were all witnessing the game which took place afterwards. I'm very glad that today we have stepped further and we are closer with some of the countries, you know, to be accepted into the European Union. They are members of NATO. So from this point of view, in the end, it went okay. It's not settled yet, but I wanted to share with you this because it was a post-factum reflection just these days when I got an invitation to come here, I started to reflect, and that was my conclusion.
Just a brief question for all of you. For the last year, did you increase your defense spending in your countries? I'm talking about with how much?
We did. I think now it's 2.5. 2.5. But I would say about Ukraine that Putin wanted to prevent Ukraine become a member of NATO. And the result is that Ukraine is already a de facto member of NATO. No ally has received so much military support as Ukraine, except de jure. De jure is still there. But de facto, Ukraine is a member of NATO, and Putin wanted to prevent that and ended up with not being capable of doing that. Actually accelerating.
And with Finland in NATO.
In Finland.
True.
Yeah, of course. What about
Sweden?
We already had, 3 years ago, we had already 2% needed for defense expenditures. Now we decided to have 3 as soon as possible. There's common agreement in between Lithuanian parties that we'll go to 4 eventually. It depends on our economy. But I would remark in 2 sentences maybe about this support for Ukraine, huge, unbelievable. It is support for our security.
Yes, true.
And if I can add, of course, after Finland became a NATO member, full-fledged already, Russia added 1,200 kilometers NATO border. And we have to remember that in this region, from Murmansk to Petersburg, it is only road connecting the 2 big cities, and about 60% of Russian nuclear strategic power is in this region, in Balkans EU. So I can't imagine what investments they will have to improve situation. And when Putin says that there are no problem with Finland membership, he has a huge problem, not less complicated and big than with Ukraine.
Okay, the same question.
Well, yes, we already had before accession to NATO 2% of GDP for military development. Now we raised it up to 3%. But one more comment, I forgot to mention my previous statement that what we should be prepared, we should be prepared to face a completely new security architecture in Europe after this war. And in this context, we are not speaking only about the Ukrainian accession to NATO, but also the Balkan countries' accession to the NATO. Today we spoke a lot about EU accession and perspective, I think it's time to start to speaking much more about the Western Balkan countries' perspectives to joining NATO in order to build a new security architecture for Europe for the next, I don't know, 100 years.
Would you agree, Mr. Kycukov?
Well, first of all, about the budget and the percentage.
Yep.
Our problem is not with the percentage, but with the budget. We have no budget for the moment because the parliament hasn't adopted yet a budget. But yes, we're nearing 2%. That was an improvement during the last period. As far as the Western Balkans are concerned, and I'll follow suit with what Mr. Pashko said, being the last of the last, by the way, I'll try to be very brief. Just 2 points. First of all, it's that from the current point of view, it's mission accomplished for NATO as far as membership of the Western Balkans countries are concerned. In fact, we have all those countries that applied for membership without the three, I mean Serbia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Kosovo, which in midterm perspective will not join NATO, and we know that. So from that point of view, it's quite okay. And my second point is that enough? So, because membership does not equal security. And here we have to face two different kinds of issues. The first one is the region for the region itself, not the region in international institutions, but the region for the region. And we have to face the problems, I mean, the regional problems and the conflicts in the region. These are main threats for the time being for the regional stability and security. And of course, the first issue that comes into mind, that's the problem between Serbia and Kosovo, which there are, of course, certain developments. There is a visible pressure from the European Union to solve this issue, and still it's not solved. And by the way, it somehow is backlashing on the situation within NATO, because we still have 4 countries in NATO that haven't recognized Kosovo. And that creates also problems within NATO. The problem that the regional issue, the regional conflict is not solved in the region, creates problems in NATO itself. And secondly, that was on the negative side. There are, of course, other tensions in the region, but they are not of that magnitude. The positive side of the story is regional cooperation. A lot was said here about regional cooperation. A lot was said about connectivity, but still, I mean, we still have this kind of division in the region, Western Balkans, or the rest of Southeastern Europe, or in other words, EU member states and not EU member states. And here the mission is not accomplished. I mean, EU membership. That's the immediate task. And the problem is that if the when is reduced to an if concerning the membership of Western Balkan countries in the European Union, that will have a very negative effect on the whole region and on Europe itself, including security.
Yeah. The good thing in every reunion is that the time is really running really fast. We are 35 minutes on the stage already, and I would like to ask you, because it's very interesting, what your message will be from this stage, from Sofia today, from this reunion, in these difficult times and complicated situation.
What exactly you want me to answer?
Of course, yeah.
Well, you know, I think what my neighbor here said before is the basis of a discussion, you know, because we're speaking about NATO all the time now because of the war and all that. But there is also the European side to be remembered, which is as important as NATO, perhaps even more important from a certain point of view, because NATO is a political military alliance. The European Union is a potential federation, is a possible united Europe. So I think that what more than enlarging further NATO, I think the most important thing is to have an inclusion of the countries of the Western Balkans into the European Union. To me, this is the real priority. We have spoken at length about the war in Ukraine. We know everything about that, and we may have different idea on details, if you like. Basically, we all agree. What I think is very important that the Western Balkans become all part of the European Union, because in that respect, it will become a more secure continent. Because the problem of Europe, and I speak in a European capital, is that we are becoming weaker vis-à-vis other parts of the world. If you look at Asia, the majority of population is there, the majority of trade is there, and from a political point of view, we are not very strong. In the case of Ukraine, there is an extraordinary union, which was unexpected by everybody, including Mr. Putin, but I don't know if it can be repeated again. So we really need to reinforce the union. This, I think, the union and the European Union, this is really the big message. So there is a European defense dimension there, and we spoke, I think, about that earlier this morning, which is not completed yet, but it is many steps forward than it was 20 years ago. And you have always to remember, because we want to have a quick fix, you know, in everything. But history is not quick fix, you know. Armies, flags, national hymns, identities are the basis of human species, the basis of Europe. You cannot cancel that in 10 years or in 20 years. But there is another. And then I think, again, I mean, to complete this the intervention about the architecture, I think that European Union and NATO should stay together much more than has been in the past. There must be much more cooperation. Unfortunately, there is not enough cooperation, which is also due to technical things that the public opinion doesn't know. Because you have the secretariats meeting all the time. You have Madame von der Leyen, Mrs. Stoltenberg, but the countries are not really speaking to each other in a formal way. This is the next thing that has to be done. Because, you know, I don't think that, you know, we can in Europe work as if, you know, the Americans are always supporting us. No, we need a certain kind of autonomy, but it has to be done in a clever way, together with the Americans and the Canadians.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Rizzo. Your perspective.
Oh, well, yes. I don't want to speak much about the European Union on several reasons, because it's always like a very... you can look at this in very different corners, and I'm, for example, I'm anti-federalist. I don't believe in federal Europe like many others, and this kind of federalistic unity like we can see in the United States, I simply cannot see it happening in Europe anytime, even taking into account the situation in Balkan countries, in the small countries, which cannot find the unity between themselves so far as we would like to see it. Simply, we are all national countries with our national interests so far, which many times are much higher than EU interests, and this all avoids really European Union to become a federation. Then second point is, for me, it's all this over-regulation in the European Union. It's simply killing our economies, our competitiveness in the world, and so on, so on. So, and this is why I also, in context of Ukraine, for example, I would say that NATO is first and most important priority for Ukraine. European perspective, maybe yes, maybe not. This is upon Ukrainian people to decide. And in Estonia, always, NATO has been always the first one, the most important one.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pașcu.
Well, I think you know that in terms of security, the European Union is already starting to pay more attention to security and defense.
Yeah.
I regret that I'm not any longer there to enjoy these moments, because you know sometimes there was quite an uphill battle to convince colleagues in the parliament, you know, that these are important matters. But it happens. And that's because, you know, the name of the game now in Europe is military, is defense, is not any longer economic and social, for the time being. So therefore, Europe has to, if it wants to participate, has to be significant, meaningful in this respect, and they will do that. Plus the security. In terms of security system, after what is happening now in Ukraine will end, I think we will have a sort of similar situation existing in the Cold War, with a clear dividing line, which would be moved eastwards on the borders of the Russian Federation. I think you know that Ukraine would be clearly on this side of the, and the fact that we are members of the European Union, behind that dividing line, and members of NATO, this gives us a different situation than the one existing during the Cold War. I would certainly hope, you know, that we will find a security regime for the Black Sea, because it's fundamental. Some people have said in Asia, you want to come here in Indo-Pacific to help us to do things here, and you cannot manage the situation in the Black Sea. How can you think, you know, of coming here? So Black Sea should somehow be part of a regime, a security regime. I would make a parallel with the end of the Crimean War. Russia was defeated, and the European powers who defeated Russia created the regime for the Danube. So after a defeat, you know, you have to accept certain things until you are strong enough to change it. But that would be for future generations. Thank you very much.
I rather am optimistic, because I would say some suggestions concerning European military capabilities. After Finland and Sweden join NATO, all talks about NATO brain death and so on, are very far away. That question is closed. Second positive question is closed. Germany already made choice. Third thing which we have to mention, we have strong solidarity, excluding such as Orban, for example, but rest are in very. And concerning Ukraine, it was very clear said when this early spring, President Zelensky visited first the United States, later Paris, meeting with Scholz and Macron, that Ukraine will decide on the end of the war and when to start negotiations. And that is my point, that it was clear that Zelensky declared at least a few times that they rather want to come back to the 2014 situation. They say 1991 borders, and they will not go further. So Russia will stay without, because the end of the war is very different. First World War was ended when it was no military people on German soil.
No, it was the Nordic
Finland
finished
morally winning war, but losing part of territories.
Yep.
So Russia, or it will stay as a big country and a future problem for us, or will be destroyed by internal processes. And the very last thing what we have to do, strengthen our support, close strength economic sanctions and close possible exclusions, because Russia still have, and assist till the very end of the Ukrainian victory.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Passi, you have the chance to summarize this reunion.
In 2004, when we joined NATO, Bulgaria did not have an immediate or obvious enemy. And that's why our ambition to join NATO was balanced between security guarantees, which we are respecting, strategic security guarantees, but also NATO was sort of a social club. This was the general perception. Maybe this was more or less similar perception in Romania, Ion will tell us, but in the Baltic countries, they had serious immediate threat. Today, the situation in Bulgaria is much more different. It's different everywhere. We have Ukraine, and we have the proof that we have the immediate threat. So the social club role of NATO vanished. Now we have just security, security, security. And we have an immediate threat from Russia, which is an everyday threat. This is the propaganda. We have such an influx of Russian propaganda today that we did not have during the Cold War. During the Cold War, the communist propaganda was orchestrated here in Sofia. It did not come from Moscow. Today, it comes through the troll factories paid by Moscow.
Through so many channels, yeah.
Absolutely, many channels. And I absolutely agree with what Christina said, that we cannot negotiate with Putin. The negotiations should start after capitulation. Who would, indeed, the parallel between the Second World War or Hitler and the Ukrainian war and Putin is very obvious. Very obvious, and every time when someone says, let's do this and this with Putin, ask yourselves, would you do the same thing with Hitler? For example, one of the biggest mistakes of the West was that they didn't want to do things in order not to irritate Hitler. Let us not irritate Hitler. This was the position of a number of European leaders. First of them was Neville Chamberlain, the Prime Minister of UK. He was one of those who paid such a tribute to Hitler as no one else. Stalin was the other one, but they were allies. We have always repeated that Stalin and Hitler were allies, and they started the Second World War, and Stalin did not win the Second World War, but he started the Second World War. Who won it? This is a different question. And one thing that should be our message to NATO today is that we need Article 5 permanently invocated for defense from propaganda, because the words are more dangerous than the bullets. If you have one pistol with 7 bullets, you can kill 7 people. But if you stay in the cinema and cry, fire, fire, fire, the crowd could rush out and kill 20 people, 25 people with only 2 words, fire, fire. The words are much more dangerous than the bullets. That's why we need Article 5 invocated every day on a daily basis to protect ourselves from the daily Russian propaganda.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation. It was very interesting for me. Thank you for the invitation. I know that your reunion will continue in more informal atmosphere. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
With success and pleasant stay in Sofia. Thank you.
Thank you.